Can you guys mute for a second?
Truths and stories gotta collide. Alibis get swept aside. I got proof that can't be denied. The data don't lie, people do. Waves crashing, secrets in the tide. Facts and numbers side by side. Through the chaos I will abide. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. Friends may twist and tongues may tie. Plausible tales shape the sky. In the end you can verify. The data don't lie, people do. It's in the matrix beyond the eye. Hard truth that's flying by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. The vibe, digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do.
Hello, everybody. How are we all today?
Doing well, enjoying the music. We were jamming a little bit.
I see that. Everyone likes my little tune. Full disclosure, that is AI. I got sick and tired of, like, I was paying for like a little intro tune through, I don't know, one of the platforms, and whenever your subscription's due, they start striking your channel for using it.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, well, screw that. Let's do our own.
I made a whole video of trying to make my own song and layering on all these, just me, and it was, I don't think it turned out very well. I do not have the skills, so I've been like, will somebody please make an actual decent, somebody with real musical talent, make a song for me? It would be great.
It's still brave of you to do it.
Yeah, I tried.
I absolutely will not sing in public. It takes a lot of tequila to get me to do karaoke.
Me too. In fact, none at all, because I won't do it, but I won't sing in public either. But I like to play the guitar a little bit, but I'm very much a try-hard, so I couldn't even strum a tune like like smoothly to get an intro. So I just went with AI, and everyone loves it. So AI did a good job this time, everybody. So fair warning to you all. When I booked a stream, I got an email from the power company saying that they've turned my power off for 2 days. So we're on generator right now. If I happen to disappear, we have a technical malfunction with the machinery and the Pun King will take over. I don't know how long you will get on the stream after I leave as the admin, but you'll get at least 5 or 10 minutes. I know, at least I've tested at least 5 or 10 minutes worth before. And my audience is actually very used to the Starlink kidnapping me or something going on at my end, because I live in the bush and there's always something going on. So it's just the newer Reckless Ben audience that probably wouldn't be used to it. So shout out to the mods for joining us today. And what I thought we'd do today is a little bit different. I don't want to put you guys under the spotlight like you have been lately. We are satisfied that you guys are being transparent just from our study of your photographs and stuff. So the first thing we want to do is probably get your reaction to what we found in your photographs, because I'm pretty sure Chrys was like gobsmacked, and Ben too. And then we'll go through the main exercise for today is working out which room the photos were taken in, so we can do a little 3D model creation just for something fun.
That'll be
That'll
really
be cool.
fun,
That
considering
will be
my
fun.
lack of
I
any
know,
sort
like
of
I'll be going.
any sort of depth perception or sense of directional awareness.
Yes, that will be
Right,
fun.
me too. Me too. So it'll be interesting to see how it all maps out in the rooms. But what we want to do is compare that with where Bam says that the things were when they photographed them, so we can see what the shuffles were that were happening. So
Yeah,
let
as
me
far
just
as our reactions, I mean, it blew me away. And it's funny because I was always saying to her, you should turn off the video capture. It chews up a huge amount of memory on your phone. And so I always turned that function off. I had no idea that it recorded sound. So when
Neither
you
did I.
discovered something in the sound, that was just wild to me. That was so cool because throughout this whole thing, the more evidence we find, the better, because we're telling the truth. Like we're trying to provide as much honest evidence as possible. And so you finding more was very helpful.
That's all right. It was my pleasure. And I've been doing this on my channel for quite some time, looking at different cases and where the data is catching people out and teaching people what they can see in the data, like rather than just imagining they can see things, which is very, very common with visual stuff. If you're looking at pictures or you're looking at video, it's very easy to see things that actually aren't there, or for your brain to trick you that you're seeing things that aren't there. So that's kind of like my main sort of mission on my channel, is just teaching people the tech and wrapping their heads around how you can actually dig into the tech to find out what, if you see something, then you can generally find something in the binary bits and bytes that matches sort of that area of the video or whatever. So that's kind of where I've been going lately. What was the first question? I want to get this question out of the way because it's burning everybody. So when we went through your pictures, we saw the minifigs in the little sandwich bags.
Yeah.
Are they the uninventoried minifigs that everyone's been raving on about?
No, they are not.
Oh,
no,
they were inventoried.
They were inventoried. So
right,
you can see
they were duplicates.
Yeah. They were ones that just we didn't have space in the minifigure case for yet.
Right.
They were either duplicates or we just didn't have room for them. So in those pictures, you can see the white tags. If the minifigure had that white tag on it, it was inventory, because my process was identify the figure, check all the parts, price it on BrickLink, put the tag on it. So the tag going on it was like the last step of the inventory process. So if it had the tag, it was on that inventory sheet.
Yeah. If they were still in the cases that were the unopened poly bags, some of those had
No. So the unopened poly bags, those ones would have had a yellow sticker on them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they would have been inventory.
Yeah, because you can't attach the
white tag to something that's still in the
bag. If it had a yellow sticker or a white tag, it was in the inventory. So there's two different things that people are like, two distinct things that people are talking about when they talk about the uninventoried, like the bags and minifigures. There was the 300 and something, I have the number written down somewhere, 340 something figures that I returned to Brian in January. Those ones, I handed those back to him in the original bag that, like, they were in the original little minifigure bags that his dad had put them in, with his tag on it with the cost and the figure and that. And then those little bags were put into larger, like, Ziploc freezer bags. I had separated them out by like theme, not by theme, but like, Clone Wars, or here's all the Clone Troopers, here's all the original trilogy, here's, like, separated them out so I could go through very easily if we were running out in the case, because they were duplicates. Those ones were never inventoried. That's why they were with me when they took over the store and not in the store.
Nice. And that means he got them back. So
he got them. Yeah. Because it was really, really difficult to work on inventorying those figures when I was at work. because you'd have to sit behind the counter with my computer and go through those individually. Like customers would come in and then they'd want to look through the uninventoried ones, ask questions. You'd get like you'd be pulled aside by a sale. You can't just leave them sitting there.
Or somebody.
So yeah, so working on inventorying them while I was at work was nearly impossible. So I was taking them home with me to inventory at home and then bringing them back to the store. So that's why Brian got that tub, those ones.
And they were both Brian and Chrys were so vigilant about when we met, like literally, you know, we met in a parking lot and both parties were videoing. Yeah. We are returning these and signing off. We're returning these, you know.
I went through and wrote all the figured numbers. And so we have like a signed thing with here's the 13 sets, here's all the figures that we both signed, just because at this point the police were already involved. And so it was just kind of, you know, insurance for the both of us.
Yeah.
The other part of that is there were a bunch of like Ziploc sandwich bags of minifigure parts, like the weapons, random helmets, random pieces of hair, pauldrons, capes, stuff like that. And those were never inventoried because we were pulling out of those bags as we needed to complete figures. So like if there was a clone trooper that was supposed to have a pauldron but didn't, we could pull it out of that. The plan was, and Brian knew the plan, was once we'd actually gone through all of the minifigures and towards the end of the consignment where we decided if everything was going back or if the store was purchasing what was left, we were going to purchase it at what we termed, like what the stores termed the premium bulk rate, which is like a higher rate than a normal bulk buy. So we were just going to buy them as bulk because for the most part, like individually, it was hard to source like individual prices. It's possible, but didn't really make sense. So we were going to buy it all.
So on that note, do you know what the value of that 300 minifigs was thereabouts? Because I did a rough calculation, but I don't know if you had left any of the valuable ones in those 300 or if you had taken all the valuable ones out. So my calculation included what the value was that you already had on the shelves and priced.
Like that, I don't know. I haven't gone through, like I have all those numbers. I'd have to go through and pair them up. I'd have to go through and actually like price and evaluate all the figures, which I haven't done. I don't know what it is.
Right. I know. So just based on the average sort of, like all I did was add up everything that you did have inventory on Brian's minifigs sheet. I don't even know if it's Brian Mansell. I don't even know if it's his actually. It's someone. It's exhibit. What is it? Exhibit B in one of the filings. Is that Brian Mansell's spreadsheet with the POS in the farthest right column?
That I don't know.
It's in. I don't know which filing it is, to be honest, because when I got them, they weren't connected to which cases they were meant to be.
Is it a filing or was it from CoffeeZilla's thing? Because CoffeeZilla did.
No, it's a filing. It's either the RICO case or your case. It was an exhibit.
Remember, did we include that in our?
I don't think we've included that
initial,
in ours.
I don't believe so. So it must have been Brian's because I don't think we've included that in our initial.
Well, I'm not sure if BAM created it or if it is.
That I don't know.
Because it's got POS. It's got POS values in the rightmost columns.
POS value that was BAM created because mine did not have that column, and the POS value was what they claim the sales reports. And I can't verify that because I don't know whether it was actually Brian's Star Wars tickets that they were pulling or just Star Wars from the store in general, and those are two different inventory things. So if it has that,
I'm thinking that they were BAM's. It's BAM's spreadsheet as well because it's got the POS on it.
Yeah,
so I don't trust.
It would be theirs.
I just confirmed it is Exhibit B on the BAM versus Reckless Ben.
Okay.
It's labeled sold sets, Mansell investigation, and then the date.
Yeah. Thank you. And so I'm not trusting it to be the full inventory, even though I don't want to diss CoffeeZilla's work. Like he did a great job, and I feel like for what he was given, then that's the numbers. But if he's only given that and not actually a copy of Brian's own spreadsheet or even your spreadsheet,
He
then
was given a copy of ours.
a copy of yours,
Yeah.
which is the
Which
same
is
copy
that's
you and
right.
Brian shared.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if you
One of my
emailed me.
frustrations, I mean, CopyZilla did a wonderful job, but one of my frustrations was one of the things he cut out, and I understand he has to cut things out for time, but
Yeah.
he didn't include us saying part of the challenge is that BAM never completed a complete line-by-line inventory when they took the store, which they were legally obligated to create by their contract. And so he
Right.
was creating all of this and doing this incredible amount of work. And I wish more people in the public understood he's making it, I mean, making it up. He's doing, the best he can with fragmentary information
Where
because
we should
BAM
have.
did not do a proper inventory.
Well, and one of the
Right.
things that
And that's that was in your contract, wasn't it? That he would do that inventory.
And they confirmed it the night of over the phone. Oh yeah, we'll provide you with a complete inventory. And they never have.
Well, and one of the things that he leaves out in his evaluation, in the final total was the minifigures. And so that confused people because he was looking at the sets.
And I shouldn't say they never completed an inventory. Maybe they did. They've never provided it to us.
Yeah.
They said they would provide it to Reckless Ben and never did. They said they would provide it to Brian and never did. So if they have it, show it. And if they don't have it, they should admit it.
Right.
Well, I mean, I certainly hope they have it because they told the Kaiser Police Department they have it.
Right. But never showed it to them either. So.
Well, here's the thing. I've been saying all this time, surely that's not legal. And then I looked it all up to work out what is and isn't legal. But I also had Rose's help leading me to the American regulations versus Australia's regulations. In Australia, we call what they're doing Phoenix activity. And it's highly illegal in Australia, and we have federal regulatory bodies attached to the Treasury Department and the Tax Department that oversee that. As soon as they get a complaint, they'll investigate. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work, but who knows? Once you've got this many eyes on it publicly, they will investigate. But you guys haven't even got to the point of triggering that, even though it's in everybody's mouths.
Right. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, when you look at the quantity of evidence that was provided to the Kaiser Police Department, and credit to the Kaiser Police Department, they did recommend it to the district attorney for a prosecution. And then the prosecuting attorney just said, no, this is civil. And that's, so it's kind of,
it's not even civil. It's actually federal. It's actually...
Because sorry, I'm going to clarify because I don't know. Is there anywhere where the district attorney has said no, this is civil, or just declined to prosecute?
I believe
it was written. It was written in that report, in that police report.
I may have missed that. I don't want to. I want to be very careful about not misspeaking.
My understanding is that they actually said this is a civil matter, case closed.
Yeah,
it was the last line in the police report that the BAM map just published. So you're safe to say that now. And I would just say that it's not even civil now because with what we've uncovered with the Phoenix activity, it's now federal. This is the IRS and the FDD and whatever bodies you got that overlook all of this stuff, oversee all of this stuff. It's not even civil. It's actually a federal offense. And if any of the stolen Legos end up in another state, that's even bigger trouble for them, especially now it's in the federal court. It's even bigger for them now. So, but you can't rest assured I won't speculate on anything that's going to put you guys in legal jeopardy, and I don't expect you guys to talk about anything that puts you in legal jeopardy. I think I've got a pretty solid idea what not to ask you for that reason. So, but if I do, just don't answer if you can't. So great. So you answered the main question. The 300 minifigs that we thought were missing are actually not missing. They're back in Brian Mansell's possession. So yay, we found the minifigs. So that's a good start. And then let's go the FTC. That's who it is there, the FTC. So for Australia, it's either ASIC, or the ACCC. They're both connected to the Treasury Department and the Tax Department. So it's the same kind of thing here in Australia. A lot of people are like, oh, but you guys don't have, separation of power like we do between the federal government and the states. And I'm like, yeah, we do. We have it is the Westminster system, so it's not the federal feudalism, I guess that's what you call yours. But we are a federation, and it is under the Westminster system. So there are some things that are a little bit different, but we do have separation of power. It's just that when it comes to the economy, the government takes these things very, very seriously because they wreck our economy. I think it costs us between $4 and $6 billion per year on our economy. So multiply that out to your population, and that's what it's costing your population, the Phoenix activity that's being described by the BAM map.
Yeah.
Well,
How many territories are there in Australia? 6 or 7?
Technically 7.
7, and so we've got these 50 fiefdoms, right? And then
That's right.
there's always been this tension about what is federal and what is what belongs to the states, and sometimes it is used as a mechanism to kind of punt and say, oh well, the feds will take care of that, oh the states will take care of that, so no one takes care of it. And
Right.
I think there is that tension right now where different parties are saying this is small. I mean, for them, they're saying this is small, and we're saying this is our life savings. This is big for us. And I hope
It's big when you add up the amount of companies who are doing it, because there's gaps and there's loopholes. But I suspect, speculation here, nothing to do with you guys, but I suspect the lawmakers all know those loopholes are there and they're all using them themselves. So I suspect that's what's going on, because that's definitely what happens in Australia. They know where you can or can't get away with things, basically. So and they don't want to change it because all their investments are over there in that little pot. So so CR Tune is saying, in courts, if there's a remedy which can be pursued by a regulator, they will opine that this should be exhausted before a court process. You mean like a federal court process?
And this is one of the things that I've wondered.
Civilly.
Yes, I've wondered, was the DA saying when they said, oh, that's civil, what they were really saying is, oh, let's kind of wait and see if this gets handled civilly so I don't have to worry about it. And it's possible that at the end of a long civil proceeding, the next DA could reopen. So
Right.
that's a fingers crossed too, is that people will be held accountable, but they're trying to say, oh, it's, hopefully somebody else will take care of it so I don't have to.
Well, and there's also an aspect in the US of, we see it with the IRS. They don't tend to go after larger, wealthier people and companies. They tend to prioritize going after the smaller amounts because it's easier to litigate.
Because people don't have legal
it's cheaper
defense.
to litigate.
Yeah.
Thank you, Irish outsider. That's why I said technically 7, because we actually have a state within a state, and we also have a whole bunch of islands around the outside that are also considered part of the states. So it's 10 actually, if you want to be really technical. But 7 that you can see on the map, if that makes sense. So.
Okay.
What was I going to point out? Yes, Rose, thank you for the super chat. I suspect the same. I suspect the same, because that's where all their money's tied up in, right? Ben sounds a little muffled. I can still make it out. Would you like me to bump the volume up on? I can do that. Let me just bump the volume up on you guys. There we go. Bear in mind, the more I make it louder, the more we can hear you breathing and all sorts of things. But you guys are further away from your mics than we are. So did you have any questions for Ben and Chrys before we go into what rooms everything was in?
I, I think all of mine are generally on the individual pictures. The only comment that I have on this is just since we mentioned the CoffeeZilla video, I'm still stuck up on the way he did the layaway, and that's a lot of my questions will be along those lines because I feel like he thought that they teleported out of the store, and that doesn't make any sense to me. So I am just coming at that from ignorance. So I'll probably ask questions that way.
One of the things I did notice about the layaway is that their statement was something along the lines was nearly everything was on layaway. And then we look at your photos and we see like barely, I don't know, maybe 15 sets with a sticker on them. Sorry, a sticky note on them. So let's do it. Let's do that. And then you can ask them as we come across them, hun.
Yep.
All right. So we got a little box here to type what rooms everything was in. Now, this is in time order. Oh, actually, that's probably, let me do, I'm just trying to decide whether we should do that or not. I have another video. I put all of Chris's little segments together into one video, and it comes to about 2 minutes, I think, and 15. Let me look. About 2 minutes and 15 seconds when you string them all together. But I'll do it later so that, because that's where the audio is sort of put together and you can tell us what you were conversing about during that little snippet. So I think it's 3 in a row where we caught some of the conversation.
It's been a year and a half, so I will try my best.
Well, I think it's to do with what you said just a little earlier, where you were discussing that they would inventory and see what's what and so on. So that's what I think that discussion was, but you can confirm that when we get to it. So let me get to the right tab here. All right, so guys, while I'm on the different tab, I can't see your comments, so I'll come back every now and again to this tab, and if you've got questions for Chrys or Ben, I will read them out, but just give me a few moments to switch between tabs. All right, so Ben, these are your camera. So the Samsung S22 are in the teal. So let's have a look which picture we're looking at. This is obviously the glass counter, right?
Up front.
Front. We'll just call that front. Front counter, we'll call it.
So this will be the very front of the store. If you you can see in the, I just realized you can't see where I'm pointing. If you look in the upper right hand corner of that picture, you can see the like the reflection there, and then
the windows.
But so that's a reflection. But if you see right where your cursor is, those are tiny little alligators. So this case itself is shaped like an L. So it's the animals go this way, and then
okay, there's another one that way. Yep.
To the other side. So that's that part of it right there faces the front window of the store. And then the part where you can see like that part faces out to the store. So this is the very first case. It's shaped like an L. Tattle's cage. Do you see the like that shoebox type thing that's on that shelf? Right there. So we would have customers put something on hold that they were just like, it wasn't on layaway, but it was like, can you hold this and I'll come back tomorrow? We would just like a few things there. Right to the right hand side of that was where Tattle's cage was. So
is that a mirror? Is that a mirror there?
That's a reflection of, I'm trying to look close enough, and I can't, like, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's the mirrored back of the door of that case, which is open.
No, I know what that is. That is, there was like a dowel strung across with a brick printed like sheet on it to block kids from gumming behind the counter. And this colored sheet.
Well, the reflection, I'm asking about the reflection though. That's reflecting from this side.
No,
seeing
that's
through to the.
that's inside the case.
Yeah, you're
It's
seeing
just like
through
it's a
into the
little bit
next part
blurry.
of the L case.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. I'm oriented now. That is the
Yeah.
back of the case and the door is open.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
You can see where that shoebox is. Just a tiny little bit of the black sheet, the black cage cover that covered Tattle's
Right.
cage.
Right
You
there,
see
yeah.
just a little bit of that. So that was Tattle's cage. So that's the very front, the very end of the minifigure case. The animal sat in the very front.
Awesome. That's great. Now we've got that orientation, and that mirrored bloody door threw everything off too. So
It looks like it's a mirror, but I don't know why, because it's not a mirror.
it's glass.
Yeah, because you can see that those are alligators on that top shelf, and so you can see that the tail is, or the sharks. So you can see the tail, so it's not a mirrored reflection. Yeah.
So that counter is actually there. That's a glass.
Yeah. It just
weirdly
weirdly looks like a reflection, but it's not. I think it's just like the camera itself. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's because you have a crappy camera on yours and mine was better.
Yeah, on that note, just so you know, Ben, you're right that your camera will take a lot of room to store these, but Crystal's camera has this new generation of a couple of things, storage space and the way the pictures are made up, that she's probably storing that 2 seconds of video in the same amount of space that you're storing a single photo, because she's got the Snapdragon Gen 8 on her S23, which was new for that model. Just so you know that.
Yeah.
Is that still the phone that I have?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so here's your next photo. And this is the same thing again. So that's front counter. Front.
Oh, is this, whose picture is this?
Mine. I just was going down mine.
It's the same picture, and it's only a few seconds later. So if you look at the time on it.
Slightly over. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I was like, where did the sharks go? Okay, I see.
8,
I just shifted
11.
Just slightly over. Yeah, because you can see them in the very back. Yeah, okay, I see.
Right, you can just see a tail right up the back there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's front counter, and I'm guessing this is going to be front counter and a different angle.
You can see that L.
Yeah.
And there's the sharks. That's the L shape that you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
So this faces the windows, and this is inside the shop.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now we go. What do we got? 4316. Come on, Paige. Be nice to me. And then this is 43. So this is seconds later. This is Crystal's first little video snippet. Where are we? Hang on. Let me play it.
As you can see, we were running around madly doing this at the same time. So she was in a different room. As I was in the front, she was in the back.
So when I added up all the timestamps, and it's actually for the 14th, it actually ends up being 19 minutes and 35 seconds they gave you before they kicked you out.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, that's how much we had when we realized, like when we finally realized they're not going to let us stay and do an inventory. Now we need to frantically get as many pictures as possible, because we spent time on the phone with Kai McAllister trying to work it out. And then it was finally like, there's no way, we don't have time. So let's get as many. Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't call the cops on you. That would have added to, I think, your lawsuit if they had have called the cops on you.
Yeah.
It would have been really
they
interesting.
didn't,
It would have changed things. We've kind of heard both ways from attorneys. On the one hand, if we had called the police, maybe the police would have kicked Brandon.
Or maybe they would have kicked us out and we would have no pictures.
Or maybe we would have no pictures.
There's no.
So it's one of those, who knows which way that could have broken.
Yeah.
I did have a question while we're talking about, the two different paths that you took. It seems like Brandon was following people around. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, I can assume.
He was following Crystal by the looks of things and not Ben.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah. So I was out in the main room and just taking photographs. She did some video and stuff, and he was following her.
Yeah, he was following me in the back. Yeah.
That's a good point, Rose. it adds to the lawsuit that you made a good faith effort and attempted to document.
Yeah.
So I agree. So where were we here?
Photos to the police.
Yeah.
Like this was all submitted to the Kaiser Police Department.
Yeah.
Too. So
are we in a tub here, or are we in the safe?
That's the safe.
I can't
I think.
tell.
So
It's a
there's
tub. It's
it
a
is
tub.
a tub?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
you're
a
right.
tub.
You can see from the,
So
at the very
yeah,
bottom.
you can just
you can
barely see the
handle of
handles.
the tub.
And so yeah, so that's a tub. So we had the big, like Home Depot, the big tubs.
Yeah, we see a few of those in
Yeah.
some of the other shots. So which room was that in?
So it would have been in the back, in that same storage room with the storage, with the safes, that back storage room.
We'll call it the safe room.
Yeah, but that was like, that was that was in a tub. And so we used that tub because it was easier to use that tub to roll out the sets that were going on the shelf in the morning, and then roll them.
They got wheels on them.
Carry multiple armfuls of sets.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So let's go to the next one. This is Crystal again. And this looks like a tote just because I can see your legs and the thing. Safe room.
But wait, those aren't my.
Are those Brandon's legs?
Those aren't my legs.
That actually, you're behind the camera.
Yeah. Well, is that mine or Ben?
No, that's
I
your
don't know.
picture. That's Brandon's
Clay.
legs.
Is that my?
Look, he's almost on top of you.
Because if that's my camera, those aren't my legs.
Yeah, I think those are Brandon's legs.
Yeah. And so you can see those two were not part of Brian's collection. Those two were certified sets. So they were open, but we went through and made sure all the pieces were there. So they've got that little sticker on it. And that's just like we certify that all the parts are here.
So this is still in the safe room?
Yes.
Okay. It's still a tote.
Yeah.
Yeah, inside the tote.
Yeah, all of those were questions I had when seeing this one was, could we identify who was standing there? And I've seen a lot of boxes that look similar, but some of them are more beat up than others. So this actually might answer those questions.
Well, and that's the certified one that's, often beat up. Sometimes it comes in partially built. It comes in, the bags are still okay, but the box is open. And so that's why, like, you can literally even see my initials. You can read that tag. That's the you can literally read all bags sealed and my initials on that top tag right there. And I'm almost certain, I'm not going to swear to it, I'm almost certain that's an Ewok Village set.
Right. Tiger, that's funny. Reckless Ben should slackline over Beam Corporate.
So that's actually one of the things that caught my attention to this, is it seemed like there was an Ewok village that wasn't beat up and one that was.
The one that wasn't was on layaway for Walker. And there's even a stick like that. He was one of my regular customers, one of my favorite customers, is why like he sticks in my head. But I remember that certified set coming in on a trade.
It's not part of the Mansell collection.
Not part of the Mansell collection. No.
What does certified mean for someone who doesn't collect Lego?
Certified means it means that like we have the instruction booklet, all the stickers, all the minifigures, and all the parts to the set are all in good condition. So we can guarantee all of the pieces are there. Sometimes sets would come in and it would be like partially built, or a set would come in and it would be like unbuilt, disassembled, but all together with the instructions. And so sometimes you would see certified sets in their original box like this.
Yeah.
We would put them in a white box. And so as we go on, you'll see some certified sets that were in white boxes because it didn't come in with the box. It just meant that you could sell it for a little bit more than you could sell a built set for, because we could guarantee all the pieces are here.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Night Squire. Ben and Chris answered that question back at the start. So just rewind, because I'd rather you hear their explanation and we don't have to make them repeat themselves, but they did answer that question directly. That was one of the first questions we asked them. All right, so the next picture is...
I do have a small question on that one, and I think this will come up with other pictures. It looks like just next to the UPC, you can see item numbers. Is that the set number?
Where am I? Up top?
Yeah, just above the barcode.
It's not the set number. It's,
item.
yeah, it's not the set number, and it's not like the barcode number, because like Lego sets they're not that many numbers. I genuinely, like, I don't know.
I think it's batches. So
It might well be. Yeah.
The plastic that they're made from, this is just my understanding of manufacturing. The plastic that they're made from come from batches, and I think that might be a batch number.
It might just be like the printing, like the release of it, right? Because they do the initial run, and then when that sells out, they manufacture more. I'm not, maybe it should be an answer. I know I'm not super certain.
What I'm used to with inventory is there's a proprietary number, and there's like an OEM number, and then there's whoever is stocking it has a number. So it's not surprising there's multiple numbers on the box. I don't know what to look for to be like, hey, you know, a Lego nerd can look at this and figure out what it is.
So every store did it a little bit differently. For our store, because we were a small store with smaller staff, our only our new in box, like from Toy House or from like Chower and Toys or Big Kid Bricks, anything that we were ordering new would have an inventory, like an actual, like the barcode would be in it and would have its own individual inventory number. When it came to things like used sets and certified sets and minifigures, they didn't have their own designated serial number in the system. They got rung in under like a generic, like a button, like a used set, and then we put in the value. Certified set, put in the value. For Brian's collection, I created a minifigure inventory item and a set inventory item. So we didn't do for like these certified sets. They just would have been rung in under certified set, and then we type in the number. And that was just a time. So much stuff is coming in. Small staff, not a lot of time to go through and do all of that.
You got the set right. That was the Ewok Village. Good eye.
It's a pretty box as well,
and it's still in the same tote, right? We're still in the same tote here, in the safe room.
Yeah, because that's another certified set that says, like you could see on the tag, all bags sealed. And that would have been, I believe that was a modular set. I think it was a modular set. I can't tell which one. 10232. Somebody in the comments is going to pull out what set that is. I'm almost certain that was a modular set, but I'm not.
Is that your little monogram on there?
That's my initial. You can see my initial on the other one too.
Yeah.
$349.99. That was definitely a modular set.
All right.
I can't tell which one. Maybe the police station. I'm not certain.
You'd still see Brandon's legs in this one. Look.
I'm assuming those are Brandon's legs.
And they would have to be. There's nobody else there.
I know. I'm very conscious of your point about seeing what we want to see, and so if those are human legs, they must be Brandon's, because he would be the only other person in the space.
They're absolutely pants, but whose pants is the question?
Yeah.
So this is let me just see the order of the time. This is all Crystal's little. So Ben was taking a break at this time. Oh, here we go. Here's Ben's next photograph. So this is 43, 42. This is a couple of seconds later. So obviously you were not in the same room as Crystal, obviously, because this is where
I had him up front getting like the minifigure cases, the used sets, the bags, all of that stuff, while I went in the back. Got the.
I do have to run to another meeting, but you'll be able to tell where everything is for mine. So. Yeah. Thank you all. It was good to see everyone, especially all of you in Australia.
Thanks for joining us. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier. I got so many things going on, including power outage. So
a writer I admire is doing a reading, and I get to meet with a bunch of other authors. So this would prior engagement, but she knows where everything is.
That's good. Thank you, Ben, for joining us. Bye.
So
All right. So, yeah, and this timeline basically tells me that those are not Ben's legs because he's out here in this room.
I mean, I know Brandon was following me around all night.
And too close way.
Yeah. I clearly could not take pictures of my own legs.
And that looks like front counter. That looks like the L part of the front counter.
L. Yeah. So that's that same L case. You can see the animals underneath it.
Yep.
So that's that same animal case.
All right. And this one is
back in the back storage room.
Same, the safe room.
Yeah.
Safe room. I'm using the term safe room on purpose.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you noticed, but in some of the interviews, they denied there were any safes. And in another interview, they were like, "Is that a bookshelf or a safe?" So, so I'm using that term on purpose. So we've got some clarity on that. And there's the tote that we were just looking at. Oh, this is a different tote. No, that's the same tote. Or a different tote. No, it's a different tote.
No, it's the same tote, but just from like a higher angle.
Gotcha.
Because you can see, this tote right here in the corner, that tote's a different tote. That one right there. That's a tote. It was just full of, when we would do comic conventions, these are actually like clear shoebox cases, shoebox storage, but they worked really well for minifigures so that you could put the minifigures on the table without people walking by and grabbing them. I learned that the hard way.
Right. People would be swindling things Hellish and crooked. Like the minifigs are so tiny.
Yeah. And that's that same animal case. It's just the like the opposite
end.
Yeah. So that would have been right above the sharks.
Yep. And then that's
the back safe room.
That's the safe room.
And so you can see those minifigures, they all had tags on them. And like the big headed guy, so many of them. You can see the Amidala's. She's an expensive figure, and I didn't keep more than one in the case at a time. So that's why they're back there. And then you've got like the snow troopers. There were a ton of them. So those were duplicates, but they're all tagged, and they were all inventoried.
Right. Now I get your now I see what you were doing.
Yeah. And then that's just another view of it. So you can actually see that is sitting on the same rack as that.
Yep. And there's that tote with your clear boxes under it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know what's going on
here. And keep in mind, the takeover, that shelf that you're seeing this happened in mid-November. So we hadn't yet gotten any new Toy House shipments, but we'd already like stocked all the last shipments. So that's the shelf where when we got a new shipment in, all of that stuff would go. That's why you can see the Disney set and that Star Wars and a couple other ones, because those are like the last of the ones that from the launch. Yeah.
All right. So this is the front counter again in the glass cabinet.
No. So this is 2 IKEA shelves. You can actually see Ben's reflection in the top left-hand side. So this is, if you're facing outside of the store and you see the door that Ben and I walk out of at the end of the night, this would be right to the left-hand side of that door as you're facing outside. And it was 2 IKEA glass display cases on the side of the door. You can see
these are left of the front door.
Left of the front door, and it's opposite that L-shaped display.
Gotcha.
So it's right on the other side of that, but it's that window right behind it is the window showing out into the parking lot.
I think if we at least have the word front in it, I can narrow it down to everything at the front room, and then where they were in the front room by
Yeah.
the rest of the description. So, all right, here we go. Same spot.
Yeah, same spot. Oh, you can actually see my car through the window, my license plate.
Can you? Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah,
Your
right
car?
there. Yeah.
So who's that standing off to the side watching?
Like that's either like it's I can't tell. It's
I don't think it's Ben's reflection because he's here.
Like or it's Brandon. I can't tell, but it wasn't me.
Oh, hang on. There's a glass side on that, so it could be Ben. It could be actually reflecting.
Yeah, I can't tell because because there's two glass cabinets right next to each other. One of them had all the brick heads, the built brick heads, and then the one next to it had some like Star Wars microfighters and stuff, and some.
We'll probably come to that next, actually. All right, so these have got tags. That means they were inventoried, right?
Yeah, and that's that same shelf because you can see that it's the same shelf as that plate of figures we saw earlier because you can see that same Star Wars set underneath it. Yeah.
Great. That's the safe room. So.
Yeah.
Let me just see what we got in the video. There's one where the picture is of the sets, but I think you moved from this shot to inside a tote, which is just coming up next.
So quickly.
This is the IKEA shelf again?
Yeah, that's that same shelf. We would shift those 3D figs around as brick heads came in and out. Which that actually kind of pisses me off because those 3D printed those 3D printed figures cost me like $80 a piece.
Wow.
Yeah. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them in the store.
Wow.
I ordered them from Europe.
So these are not these are not Brian's inventory.
No.
I guess that's something we haven't tagged. Oh shit. I don't have room for it.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me just go back here and do a little X on what is Brian's inventory.
There's a mixture of, we're trying to, because it wasn't just Brian's inventory.
It was your inventory as well.
All of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So none of those are Brian's. That's all just your front counter.
Yeah. None of those.
It's all just your front counter.
Yeah.
These
I don't
believe, no sticker.
Yeah, I don't believe so. You can't. Yeah, I don't think any of those had that sticker on it. Yeah,
because those weren't
certified. Yeah,
those weren't.
No, none of that.
None of that.
Neither of those.
Okay.
None of that. Those were.
All right. I'm just going to put an X in the box so we know which is which.
None of that. None of that. Those were. None of that.
All right, we're back to where we were. This could take a while. Now, if you want to go to bed at any stage because you're getting tired, you just say so and we can continue this another day. Because remember, there's 231 of these and we're going through it very slowly at the moment.
I mean, it's only 6 o'clock here, so.
Okay, cool.
No, you're fine.
So this is more of the minifigs. This is where I think, so we started looking at that bag.
Those are Brian's. That's part of Brian's collection.
And this is the safe room.
Yeah, that's in the safe room. You can see the tags. Those were more duplicates.
And then just so that those who haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. And essentially, like, those bags were all inside that tub.
And they're all Brian's?
Yeah. So I pulled the bags out to take individual pictures of them.
Right.
So all Brian's.
Right.
And you can see the tags.
Right. These are not Brian's, but these are the left
Yeah, that same front.
of the front door.
Yeah.
Whoops. Spell door correctly. Whoop. I did it again. All right. And there they are all in the tape. So these are all Brian's?
Yes.
Okay. Safe room X. Again, we caught, more than just.
Yeah.
One of the things that these shorter videos did was that it showed us you moving from one photo to the next photo.
Yeah.
You get that impression just by looking at Ben's,
Yeah.
where he was snap, 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 snap in sequence. But this actually plugs it all together with your extra little 2-second snippets. So
Yeah.
all right, so this one here.
So that is right next to the one that we've just been looking at.
Yep.
Left of the front door. So there were two of them next to each other.
Okay, and these are Brian's?
Car, you can see my car through the window. Yeah.
Are these Brian's?
No.
Okay.
And the same. Now there is one set that is Brian's in this case. I don't know whether we're going to know
which one.
Whether there's another picture that's clearer.
Is it this gray one up the back?
No, it's the very bottom shelf. So hopefully
down there.
Yeah, so hopefully Ben has another picture of it lower down. I'm sure he does.
Okay. It'll be this one if he does.
Yep, right there. The one that's identified as $30, that one right there, that is a tiny little slave one, brick built. So it's a little tiny slave one build. And that is part of Brian's collection. And you can't see in this picture, but underneath the instruction booklet, there's a yellow sticker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that one came in, his dad there were several sets that were built. And on that inventory sheet, you can, it notes that they were built. So he did, there were a few, he had several that came in already put together. That was one of them.
Right. So now these are definitely Brian's?
Yeah. Brian's, not Brian's on the very top.
And this is the safe room?
Yes.
So 2 of those are Brian's, but the one on top is not.
Yeah, the one on top is not.
Okay. I'm just marking it with a number if we've got a mixture of them.
Yeah.
That one, actually, I have a question about the one we were just looking at, just to verify, because we've speculated this before. But it looks like the one in the center, that price tag has 2 tags on it that are stacked on top of each other. Did some get discounted at some point?
Is it?
You'd have to zoom in. You can.
I don't think this is the one you're talking about, but yeah, there is one in there eventually that
that price tag got put in the wrong spot. But yeah, there were definitely be ones that got repriced.
Okay.
A lot of them got repriced because we had the collection for almost a year. Customers would come in and they would see one and they'd go, "Oh, this is selling for less now." And then I would go, "Okay, it's time to go back through and reprice." And so I would go back through all the current ones on the shelf. And every month or so, I would go through the ones that we currently had on display and just double check their prices. But I did that for all of the retired sets. And we did that for all the used sets too, because the value fluctuates. So yeah, see a bunch of them that have the sticker going on top of the previous price sticker. Or sometimes it's just that my roller is off. So you can see where you can't see the last 9 on it. So I just have to do it again because it didn't come up clear.
Yeah. So a couple of questions from the audience because I'm not paying attention over here. Is it true, Crystal, that that you and Ben are releasing some information today that is very exciting?
he abandoned me, so I have to field this one. We were hoping to be able to, but that has been temporarily.
I thought that was a serious question, Anne. Your system is rather diligent, the audience says. Okay, I think I got all the questions. Cool. Right, next picture. Sorry for the interruption. We do need to refer to questions so that we don't go too far ahead and the audience is on the same picture that we're working on at the time.
Yeah, but I think you missed. Oh, that's not.
Did you see a question?
No, I think you missed an image though.
Oh, I did. Hang on.
I think so.
Sorry. Let me just go back and look.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I didn't put the name of it on there. Hang on. Let me just. Yeah, safe room.
That one.
So this one is where?
So that one. See, I'm not sure if that's Ben's feet or not. It seems weird that he would be wearing tennis shoes and not his boots because he always wears the boots. So right next to those feet, you can see the floor mat. So this was directly to the right side of the front door.
Right.
And this was a display table that I built myself.
And any of these are Ben's? Brian's?
No.
Too many B words here. No.
No.
So there's actually something we can kind of use to pinpoint, at least as far as I could tell. It looks like the tile floor was part of one of the sections of the, because it was, my understanding was it was like two suites put together as like one store.
Yeah.
So tile would be like the main area, and the wood paneling is the other area.
Yeah. So the tile floor is the 3670 address, and then the wood floor and some of it was carpeted was the other address. Yeah.
Can you put those notes down at your end, Pun, so we can pull this all together when we actually do the 3D diagram for it?
Yeah, and it's actually funny. I took a screen grab from Google Maps, and those two numbers, 3670 and 3660, I accidentally grabbed when I grabbed the screen grab. So I have them.
Yeah, so the 3670 was the actual, that was the mailing address for the store. That was what our LLC, that's what the business license, everything. That's where all the mail came to. That had the tile floor.
Right. Okay. Oops. Keep moving. We'll get through this. And this is the same.
That's the same one.
Of the front door.
Yeah.
And none of them are Brian's?
No.
Okay. And then this one is the same again?
Table. Yeah. None of Brian's.
Right. Oh, the front door. I mean, this might be helpful for you guys too if it's all documented on a spreadsheet. The stuff that isn't Brian's.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe we should remove anything so that only what's Brian's comes up, but it won't help you any if I do that. So I'll leave it. I'll leave it so that it's all documented, and then you've got something documenting where all your photographs were and what you did actually get photographed in your inventory. So these are both Brian's.
Both Brian's. Yeah.
And that's the safe room.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all Brian's. Little quick trip through that one just to make sure. Start at the start. Little shelf there. That's what we were doing.
Like you can see my hand.
That was what we were doing to see if anything else was in the picture. Like you've got your main picture of whatever item it was that you were photographing, but then we got other Lego number parts from, frame by frame going through your little 2-second snippets. So okay, this is right up the front door still.
Yeah. Same table. Ben was very, very thorough when I told, because he really didn't know what to take pictures of. And he took which is good. But I kind of left him in the main part of the store while I went back to the storage room.
Get everything.
Yeah. He really did. He did go overboard, which is good. In this case, more is better.
You'll stop me if anything of Brian's pops
Yeah.
up, right?
Yeah.
Right.
This will be back in the safe room. And then we have Brian's, not Brian's.
That one there.
Yeah, right in the middle.
So 3 of them are his.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Quickly run through that. We'll get to the conversation ones in a minute. All right.
And
Those
then
Brian's. What about this one up the back here?
I'm trying to read.
Let me play a little video so you can get some more.
I'm trying to read what the post-it said.
Post-it. I can zoom in on that post-it for you.
Yeah, little post-it note.
PARLBL something.
It's a name. Let's not. I'm not going to say that out loud. It's a customer name that was on hold. I'm not sure if that was Brian's or not. Like I don't know because I can't see the bottom.
Okay, so we'll go. I'll just leave it as X so we can work that out later.
Yeah, I don't, because there's 2 other sets in there, but without being able to see more of them, I don't know. And that is to the right of, like further right of the front door. So you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, the end of that, the reflection of that display table. This is right next to it.
Cool. And this is not Brian's, obviously.
No. And that's Ben's hand. That I can tell. And this is all the same. Yeah.
I'm just going to do a copy paste here.
Yeah.
All right. What are we up to? Same spot?
Same spot.
And not Brian's.
Yeah.
Still messing up my B words here.
That's okay. Same spot, not Brian's. Same spot. He kind of did all of them individually, which is good. Like I'd rather have more than less.
Well, you need to know what you lost here. So if you didn't have it on paper, then this is the next best method, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the safe room.
Yes. So we've got Brian's, not Brian's.
So 3 of them are his.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll quick squiz through that. So these 2 boxes down here.
Yeah.
He ended up having little packets of minifigs in there. Did he order like boxes full of them, or
that's not Brian's? So those are poly bags from Toy House. So those are not Brian's.
Gotcha.
That was a sealed package that we hadn't opened yet, and a box that we had opened. Those were individual, like $5 poly bags, not Brian's.
Right. I think you got a close up of those poly bags too.
Yeah. I got a close up so you could actually see the set number.
Yeah.
And
so
then,
these are both Brian's. Safe room. All Brian's. There was a few on the bottom there.
Yeah.
Speak up, pun. Are you trying to say something, or is it?
No. I'm actually following along on the side here. I've got some of the videos here, so I'm going back.
Yeah, so that's that box of poly bags under it.
Yeah,
you can see right in that corner. Yeah.
All right, we are still in the same spot, aren't we?
Yeah, back at the front.
And not Brian's.
Not Brian's.
All right. Let's go. These are both Brian's.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the one on the top or the one on the bottom because I can't see.
Hang on, let's do a little video play and see if we can see more.
because there's one on the shelf right above and then one on the shelf underneath. I don't think the one on the top shelf is, but I'm not like, I'm not.
Doesn't look like Star Wars to me,
It
although
is Star Wars.
it is there. Of course it is.
Ultra Droid, it might have been, because I was a retired one, so it may well have been, but I'm not, without being able to see that bottom, I'm not certain.
Okay, this is safe room X. Right. Same thing again for Ben's.
Yeah.
And not Brian's. No sticker on it. Oh, wow. There's a lot going on here.
Back in the safe room, those are all Brian's.
All Brian's. Wow.
All Brian's. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, someone can count those.
That was a rolling cart that we put the battle packs and microfighters on, and then it would get rolled out onto the sales floor.
Yep.
Because there were so many of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 28.
And that wasn't like, we had sold down on those so much.
It's a whole barrel full.
So many.
And that's the same card, isn't it?
Yeah.
Safe room. I won't put an X beside that because we've already counted them. It's just a second photo.
And same.
One of these where we had some conversation. I think we're getting close to those conversational pieces. Okay, that's still at right of the front door and not Brian's.
Yeah.
And this is the same cart?
Yeah.
Safe room.
I wanted to be able to get the set numbers. I mean, with all of the pictures, was to be able to see
all the set numbers. That was my next mission, was to go, once we knew what they were, we'll put the set numbers in the rooms rather than the photographs. When we build our little 3D rendition of all of this, that's the same cart?
Same cart, yeah.
Safe room. Okay.
And you can see there's carpet underneath. That's part of the other side of the building, the second address.
Right. You're taking note of that, Pun?
Yes. So I was thinking that if you were oriented at the entrance.
Hold on. Hold on. I have to lay it out in my head before I say that.
Her orientation partner has left the room.
The second address, not the 3670. Yes.
So my understanding is you would walk along the counter. To the left would be that birthday party room, and then behind that is where these offices are.
Yes, and okay. the birthday party room, and you'll see in other pictures where our bulk tables were. The birthday party room were laid like this, so it was the bulk tables, that open area, the birthday party room, and then my office, the staff lounge, like the staff room, the storage room, and then a corner hallway, a second storage room for like the bulk that was either sorted or unsorted, and then you come around to like the buy counter and the 3670 address. So the store was laid out like straight back.
So let me quickly answer Strongleg's question. Yes, Brian can prove it because they had a contract attached to his spreadsheet. And then thank you for the super chat, Zan. I didn't put the name of it on there. There is no way that BAM could be watching this and create an inventory list based on this information, is there? And the answer is depends what they want to do, because they've already entered this in their inventory list into evidence. So
it's already, I mean, these videos have been out since the CoffeeZilla one. I would challenge them to provide, if they were going to do that, to provide, you know, when was any inventory created, date it. You can't create any document. There's no document that you can create that doesn't have some sort of data on it. Outside of, did he walk around the store and do a handwritten inventory in the span of 2 hours? Because that is physically impossible.
can Chris and Ben's attorney use this? You're doing a lot of work. I hope it's admissible. It depends what questions Chris and Ben's attorneys have and how they want to prove it. But definitely the metadata and stuff, they can use that in court. Absolutely. Did you get any positive review from your lawyer about your metadata?
I mean, we haven't gone into, we're still so early in trying to like push them to do mediation. So we haven't gotten.
Really? You're gonna mediate? I'd be suing their asses. I'd just.
I mean, we have filed a lawsuit.
Yeah.
We have filed the lawsuit. They
But
have,
you do have to do the mediation as part of the lawsuit. No.
So, well, I can't. They are requesting, they have reached out. They reached out a couple of months ago and requested mediation, and asked us to like pull back, like, I don't know the legal term, like get
Publicity.
rid of. We have said no, we would be willing to go make the attempt at mediation. And then communication went silent a month ago. So our lawsuit is still there. We are hoping there will be some information coming out in the next couple weeks.
Right.
While we're on this picture, and I may have just missed this comment. So from what I can tell, there's 2 safes visible. Is that accurate?
Visible in this picture, yes. There were 3 in the room.
3 in the room. Okay. I thought there were 3, but I've been trying to orient the room enough to tell where they would be.
So I mean, if you go back up.
So there's one there, one there, and then one there, right?
Yeah. So if you go back up, it's a little clearer on the right here. So you can see, here. So you can see the door in the very top left hand corner. You can just barely see the other side, the door handle.
So in this one here, that's the safe and that's the door open.
The left hand, the white space on the top left.
Yeah, that
other side.
Oh, the top left here, yeah.
That white space. See that little silver thing right there? I can't point to it because right there. That's the door handle leading into that room.
Gotcha.
And so then there's one safe.
I see. That's the wall with the skirting board, and that's the door sort of slightly open.
Yeah. So then there's one safe on the back wall, and then 2 on the other wall.
2 along this wall.
Yeah. And then on the opposite side of that will be that shelving.
So you got that orientation pun. There's the door, a safe behind the door, and then these 2 against the wall in an L shape to that safe.
Yeah, and what's interesting is there's been some chatter about like, you know, where are the safes in the pictures, and there's various things from different perspectives. Yeah. But the point that I've been noticing is like you can't not see them. If you're in the room, they're there. Yeah, you have to walk by them. That's what I've been able to see. It's this
very small room. It's a very small room. Like I had to shift stuff around to get pictures of everything because it's a very, very small room. It was smaller than our bathroom. Like it's a small room.
Right. Actually, Irish, it's actually 3 small safes, not a walk-in type safe. It's 3 separate tiny safes.
Yeah, it's 3 separate like cabinet size safes with shelving. So it's not like walk-in. the wire shelves that you see, those are like separate wire shelving.
Yep. Lemonade Man will do that as soon as we're done labeling these rooms. We will do that as our closing thing. We'll have a look what you talk, because Lemonade Man's local to the store, and he's been photographing what's going on, what he can see through the front of the shop.
Yeah.
So we have stages, like the sets were on the shelves and then they were opened and then they were not there, and so we've got like stages from his photographing through the front windows. So we'll do that.
I haven't seen any of those. I'm also staying far away from the store. I'm
Gotcha.
only about an hour away from it, but I'm not going anywhere near that. So
Right, and just for the record, Lemonade Man is just a local person interested in the story. He's got nothing to do with anyone, all right? Before anyone makes anything of it. So it's a video of the room. Cool, thank you.
I do have one more question, just kind of as a general thing.
yeah.
So it sounds like somebody could also describe them as like locked metal cabinets. So what
Yeah.
I've been wondering is, when you got them, they were probably in a box. What did the box say?
Oh, that I don't even know.
Okay, I didn't know if they were labeled as like fire safes or gun safes, but I had a feeling that the word safe is in the product description.
No. So let me clarify, because when you're like, yes, they are locking metal cabinets. So it's not a gun safe. It's not a, because it was, several thousands of dollars to buy something that we were only going to use for like a year. Using the term safe when we were talking to CoffeeZilla, it just like, that was the term that just like that was used, and then was easier than trying to clarify anything. And that whole night, that whole week that we were interviewing with him. So yeah, they were like locking metal cabinets. They each had their own key. And then I had, as an additional precaution, because we had break-ins, so the door leading into the room had its own lock. And then I had chains and padlocks that went around the cabinets themselves that we could then padlock shut. Yeah. So I kind of went like a redundancy over a redundancy, because I am like paranoid. So.
Gotcha. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Alex the Fiction, but I can't read those questions out on this stream. I'm sorry. You guys are allowed to have the pew pews and talk about the pew pews, but we're not in Australia, so sorry. But thank you for the $5. And Chrys, you can probably just have a giggle, because I think it's just a funny question. It's not really
I can't see them, so I don't know.
What did you do with the pew pew, Bam's pew pew and shells? Did you get to keep them? And did you use bird or buckshot? I think they're just being funny. Or brick shot. Well said, Lemonade. So some of these things I can't put on the screen or say what the actual words, because that's I can see now why Pam wanted to steal the store from Crescent and Ben. From Crescent, I would love to have shopped there when you owned it.
I'm guessing those are typos.
Okay.
Autocorrect.
It's from your audience. Sorry, I can put that on the screen. This is from your audience on your channel. Let me just check who I've missed, because I think I've missed a few. Your audience is interacting. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's Ben's channel. He set it all up and then left. So I don't know how to do any of this stuff.
Right. I finally made it. So
I'm really sorry if I'm not responding to anything that anybody is putting in any of the chats, because I can't see any of it.
Yeah, and I also apologize if I'm missing stuff, because I'm on a completely different tab in the browser, so I'm not totally watching the chat.
Yeah.
But if you want to interrupt me and tell me I should put a question or something up there, please do, because we are kind of stealing the sound bites here on you. But interrupt.
I can keep an eye on it.
Yes, thank you.
The one thing I was kind of wondering about at a certain point. We don't have to jump to the picture, but there is a picture in Brandon's photos of a padlock sitting next to something that's the picture's being taken of, and I've always been wondering, well, what was padlocks?
Yeah.
Right. What was the padlock for? If the safes are got their own locks on them, what was the padlock for?
Extra. Literally just extra. Just in
going
case.
out of their way for extra.
Like literally just in case, because every time that we had a break-in, there's no police response.
It was your extra. I thought you were saying it was
mine.
Bambi an extra. No, I get you now.
No, I put chains and padlocks around each of them as like an extra. Somebody's going to either have to drag those heavy ass things out there before the cops show up. They're going to have to try to break that. They're not like, I did everything that I could to keep those as secure as possible. So yeah, I went and got like chain link and padlocks.
Right. All right, let's move along now. Okay, this is the same.
Yeah.
Ben's still in the same place at the front door. It's got a lot on it. Stop me if any of these are Brian's. You win. All right, looks like we are
back in the safe room.
Oh, this is you. I forgot the color.
And so some of those figures are Brian's, but not all of them. So you can see, you can see the Commander Fox with the red arms in the front with the sticker. You can see the Utapau troopers with the white tags. You can see I want to say Geonosian, but I might be wrong. And the pre-66 clone troopers. But then you can also see there's an Utapau without, and then you've got the troopers in the back with the yellow helmets without. So some and some. Some of those were his, some of them were not.
More were his than not, right?
Well, and look at the Commander Fox, for instance, on that $60 on the
you can see the tags on them.
Yeah. So that would have been his, but the one behind it wasn't. Mm-hmm. And so that was back in that room because one of our break-ins, they came in and cleared out half of the figures in our cases. So for that Star Wars case, we pulled all the most expensive figures were on the very top shelf. And so we pulled all 5 or 6 of those plates.
So when you had the break-in, was the break-in before Brian's collection came into the store?
Before and after, yeah. So there were 2 or 3 before and then 1 after. But
so were any of his taken in the after, or you had them all in safes by then?
We had them. We were moving them into the back of the store by then, so they weren't able to get any of his. One of them got stolen. One of his sets, the Jabba's Palace, but one of not the big Jabba's Palace, the smaller one. Somebody grabbed it off of the table and ran out the door when we were open.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
really?
That was, yeah. He grabbed 4 or 5 sets and ran. But yeah, not for any of the break-ins.
Okay, so a lot of people ask questions about insurance, and this is my understanding of the insurance. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the store or the LLC that the insurance is actually written for. If the store burns down or someone steals something from the store or whatever, not you personally, right?
Yes, me as a representative of the LLC, me as the owner of the LLC. So we had insurance. Yeah. The LLC had insurance. Everything from the insurance company was inside the store.
Do you think that's what BAM expected you to do? Was it's gone now, I've got to claim it on insurance?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That night, all the insurance stuff was coming through the email, or it was paper mail in my back office. And it did not occur to me that night to grab any of that stuff. So I didn't have account number. I didn't have any information. And it genuinely had never occurred to me to file an insurance claim because of like the circumstances of it. It wasn't it wasn't a fire. It wasn't a natural disaster. It was like, we are finding a lawyer and going through this process. And so like filing an insurance claim wasn't anything. And when we found the first lawyer, there was no like conversation about filing an insurance claim.
Right. Can I ask you a question on that note?
Yeah.
What would you advise anybody who is considering taking on a contract and opening a franchise store for under BAM? What would your advice be? Like the two things that I thought of was get your own POS system, independent POS system, and get your own.
Like you can't. It's against the franchise agreement. You can't do that. You have to use their approved at the time.
This is exactly why. So they can just turn you off and you can't get access to anything.
Yeah. You have to use BAM approved email, their card processing, their point of sale system. You don't have a choice.
And so your bank account's tied to it as well.
Yeah, your bank accounts are automatically withdrawal for royalty payments. Yeah.
I don't know that they're allowed, like what, and let's just say under the Phoenix Activity Act here in Australia, you can't do that. The franchisees have to be independent. You can't write that into a contract here. In fact, you'd be silly to sign a contract that says they can turn you off like that.
Yeah, hindsight's something. But I do have advice for anybody that's considering opening a franchise.
That was the point. Yes, if you're opening a franchise, read the fine print. And what advice do you have?
Don't do it. That is so simple. Don't do it. Just don't. That's like, yeah. Invest that money to do your own independent store.
And I would advise the same, just having looked at how it works and what Phoenix Activity actually is. I would advise you don't do it as well, because you're going to lose everything. They're just going to take it all out from under you and then ship it to another LLC.
If you already have one and you are locked in, my advice to you is find a very good attorney and read your franchise disclosure documents very, very closely and look
don't say a word until you speak with your attorney.
Yep. Yeah.
So one of the things that I found was that once you have joined once you have created and joined your own organization, I forget the name of the organization that the current franchisees have. But once you do that, you have a lot more protection than if you don't. As far as speaking out and being able to see your lawyer and do the things you got to do.
I don't know I don't know, because I'm obviously not a member. But the power of a union is like the power of a union has to be wielded by the union. So just being a member of a union doesn't automatically give you additional resources.
But the union can speak on your behalf is kind of what I was referring to.
As long as the union is doing it. There are some unions in the US that are better than others. And I don't know enough about it to speak to that at all.
Right.
But also corporate would have to recognize that union to do any kind of collective bargaining. They would have to recognize the position and the authority of the union itself.
Yeah.
So
I'd have to look a little further into what the stopgaps are for you guys as far as independence goes, because I think we have actually different types of franchises here. Like, for example, McDonald's. Everything has to be McDonald's.
Yeah.
But I don't know that their point of sales and, all their communications and all their bank accounts are tied to McDonald's. It could be. That might be one of the exceptions, like one of the types of exceptions that we have. but I have to look into it closer to see what you guys have as far as that goes.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not familiar enough.
I can get more information on that and work and do a little stream about it, because there's a lot going on the LLC side that I've only just started getting into and understanding.
Yeah.
There's other people out there, it's kind of more their lane. That one of them's in the chat at the moment, or two of them actually, Rose and Siartune. Siartune's actually like an auditor of some sort, financial auditor of some sort, to put it simply. So yeah, I'm just getting my head around how that all works, and I didn't even know we had, I didn't know what we called it. It was called Phoenix activity, or what it was referring to, until this case come up. It's all very new to me, and I've only just started getting into it. So there's a lot of questions I still have that I haven't found answers to yet, but I do have contacts who are trying to help me wrap my head around it. So
Yeah.
I've seen franchises stay in business after the franchise license has been pulled. Yeah, I don't know how it works in the US on a strong leg.
Yeah, that I don't know. I mean, I there was no way I could stay in business when they seized the entire store. So
You're
I don't know.
underselling yourself, Rosie. You're actually an extremely good researcher, and this is my theory. If you don't know the answers and you're not prepared to open a book or do the searching, then you are just a rose. But you, my dear friend, are doing the research. So when there's questions, you're researching and trying to find the answers, and that's a different thing altogether. If you're looking at higher education and you don't feel like doing research, then don't do higher education, because that's all it is all referring to the books and the research and the finding the answers the hard way, essentially. All right, Night Kevy, thank you for popping in. Thank you to the mods for being in the house. The other super mod is in the house to take over for Kev. So thank you guys. And I think Corn Pope is also in the house, and a couple of others. So thank you, everybody. But thankfully, we don't have anyone running amok today. So, all right, we are still at right of the front door, yes? Over here, right at the front door still.
Yeah.
Looks like we're still there.
Yeah, we're back to Ben's.
Stop me whenever we come to a Brian Mansell one, okay?
It's funny because on the Ring camera that points to the front door that has the picture of the Schrodinger's U-Haul, you can see this right in the center of that picture. So I'm trying to follow along on that.
Yeah.
The Schrodinger's U-Haul.
So there were when you go through, so the doors that you see with the U-Haul behind them, those were the entrance doors to that second address. The doors that you see Ben and I walk out of at that video, those are the doors to 3670. So if you put those two sets of doors in perspective, then straight back from those doors is where the store is divided. Yeah.
With speaking of Schrodinger's U-Haul, can you email me the full picture? Because all we have here is your screenshot of the picture in the tiny little viewport of your phone.
Yeah, it's a screenshot. Like you have the picture. It's in here.
Right, but it's a screenshot of your phone. That's all you've got.
Okay. That I will have to dig around for.
Right. So that and Brian Mansell's a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Those are the two things I'd like to get my hands on. I'd like to get into that picture if you've got a full picture of it.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to zoom in and like work out what else we can see in the reflection besides the U-Haul and other things.
So
like that.
I'm almost certain that picture is a screenshot from the Ring camera recording.
Right.
And I don't think I have the actual Ring recording. I think I just have the screenshot.
Right.
But I'll have to go through my file and see what I have.
Right.
I think it's just the screenshot, but I'm not certain. I'll have to go back and double check.
All right. If you can, but the spreadsheet's the main thing, because I want to inventory the point of sales against Ben's spreadsheet, not the inventory sales against Bam's claimed spreadsheet. Sorry, Brian's spreadsheet.
Yeah, because my spreadsheet and Brian's spreadsheet are the same.
Yes.
I can send you mine.
And then I would also like to do a comparison between the one that they've entered as an exhibit and yours, because I'd like to see what they left out or added in. I'd like to do like a data comparison on them. That would be awesome. But yeah, that apparently the locksmith guy is in that photograph where the U-Haul truck's in the background.
Oh, then that is absolutely a screenshot from the Ring camera. Because I wasn't there when the locksmith showed up. And for me, I only have that screenshot because I wanted to be able to prove that, like, if I needed it, I wanted the evidence that they changed the locks on me. I used to have the full Ring snapshot, like the 45-second Ring clip of the locksmith. That is one of there were like 4 or 5 Ring videos that I lost in the move to Spain. My phone like did a weird thing where it was like, you're out of space. And I thought I was clearing out my OneDrive of duplicates. And I ended up actually deleting all of my pictures.
Oh no. OneDrive does backups, but don't they?
Well, normally, like, I did not have the Amazon or cloud or any of those backups turned on. Thank goodness I was able to recover, because I thought we lost all of these. I thought we lost everything from that night. Like half of 2024. And I managed to recover almost everything, but there were like 4 or 5 Ring camera clips that I still can't find. Every single day when I get the "Here's Your Memories" notification on like my Kindle and through my Google Cloud, my Verizon Cloud, I always open it up and, like, fingers crossed, the rest of them are there, because there's some audio that I would really love to have.
She shouldn't need to subpoena them. It's her drive, so they do regular backups on the server end.
Yeah, but Ring only saves it for a specific period of time. And by the time I realized I had lost it all, it was gone. And
OneDrive do the backups of their server. Yeah. But it's probably a bit late for that now.
I genuinely don't know if there's anybody out there that knows tech well enough to figure out how to recover stuff that I deleted off of. I don't even know, because it deleted out of my like Samsung gallery also.
See, with OneDrive, I would be I think it's a bit late now, because it would have done more backups since then on their server. But I would have contacted OneDrive and said, look, I accidentally deleted stuff. Can you restore my last backup from your server? And then they would have done that, and you would have had them back again. But I think it's too late to do that now.
I didn't even think about. I panicked and thought I lost everything. I was just glad to get what I got back. What it ended up being is I didn't download the Ring snapshot clips until the next day, because Ben and I didn't get home until like 9 o'clock at night, and you're in a state of panic. It wasn't until the next day, like the Ring cameras were already down, but I went through, it was able to let me go through and download from those motion settings. So I managed to recover everything from the 14th, but nothing from the 15th. Like on, there's an entire chunk of November and December that's just missing from all of my photo stuff. I don't know what I did. Now I have like backup on backup on backup on backup.
Yeah, it makes you doubly careful. And if it makes you feel any
Or
better, I'm full
other
tech and I
things.
do it myself.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
accidentally delete everything. Ah, what the hell did I
Yeah.
just do? All right. Let's go. So
Like
this
even
is still
seeing
the
some of
safe.
these figures now just makes me sad. Like looking at some of these, it just makes me sad because these were awesome figures. It actually like makes me sad seeing them.
Right, and I can't appreciate because I'm not in the Lego collecting sort of
Yeah.
world. I can't appreciate it. But my cousin's husband flipped the lid when he said, "What? Someone said Lego," and then I think he's catching up with the whole story and what we're talking about right now as we speak. So he's not a collector, but he understands that, especially Lego. He's a Lego fan and understands the whole collecting side of Lego. So I'm not completely oblivious to it.
Yeah.
I do know that they have reduced the value of the Lego by unboxing it.
Yeah.
But I think they did that on purpose to be able to hide
And
it.
I'm not going to speculate on any of that.
That's right. I think,
Yeah.
not Crystal thinks. But that's the only reason I can think of that you would unbox, because in the box in its original packaging is worth way more than
So
unpackaging.
I will clarify. This is going to be like a you exclusive because CoffeeZilla, we actually talked to him about this, but it got edited out of that video. Because, and this is information that Brian was aware of, but that's not always accurate when it comes to the retail side of Lego. So there were hundreds and hundreds of battle packs. And some of them, like the Republic Troopers, the Kashyyyk Troopers, the Utapau Troopers, if you sell each of those, and so a battle pack is a little micro build, like a little ship, a little tank, a little something, and 4 minifigures. You can see them on this, like on this cart. There are some battle packs where there were 30 battle packs, and each of those 4 individual minifigures sold by themselves, like the value of the 4 individual figures by themselves is worth more than the set itself. And so because there were so many, there were battle packs that we cracked open and sold individually. Because sometimes you have a $60, $70 battle pack that doesn't sell because somebody wants just one trooper, like just one Mandalorian sentry, or just one Republic or Utapau trooper. So those would come through, like sell out like crazy. And so we had a stack of the instruction booklets and the build from the set in the back on an actual bookshelf that I was going to go through and put in that inventory when our thing came to an end. And the store was going to purchase those sets from Brian. So when CoffeeZilla is going through and trying to identify the missing sets, there's a bunch of those battle packs that I know where they went because they got cracked open and put in the case. But they weren't on that spreadsheet because the store hadn't bought them, like reconciled that yet. But explaining that, CoffeeZilla ended up like editing that whole part out. So there are some sets that are more valuable individually, very specifically when you're talking about battle packs.
Right.
And
so we should
so many.
We should be able to identify those on the on your spreadsheet, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. So whether you broke them up or not, they would be listed as a battle pack.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So when you say they're worth more as separate minifigs than the battle pack is, would you price those at the high price? If you say it's a battle pack and it's got the 4 figurines in it, would you price that at the high end?
I mean, yeah, you'd price it at the value of the brand new figure. So the high end, low end is kind of like new and used value. So a fresh figure coming right out of a battle pack was going to be priced at the brand new higher end of the price. And some of those were like the individual, some of them, the set was worth $60, but each of those 4 figures were worth $40 a piece. and were really, really popular. But people would want to buy, like, I want one of those figures, or I want one figure from 5 different. So we were able to market to, like, sell to a wider audience that way, while still also having, because there were so many battle packs, we could still sell them sealed.
Yeah, fair enough. I follow now, so that will help me when I'm going through the.
So that back picture was in that back safe room. And like, as far as those figures, some of them were from Brian's and some of them weren't. That's one of those, like, some were, some weren't.
So just looked for the tags.
Yeah. Like the Uncle Owen was one of Brian's. The light up Luke is not. The Watto was not. The Bail Organa was not. The Django was not. The Amidala was. I can't remember his name behind Amidala.
So when we see the yellow sticker on the thing there, that's not marking Brian's?
No, that's just our price sticker, our price tile. And then sometimes we would run out of the price tiles. We only had like a certain amount for each value. We would use like the pricing gun and put the white sticker over top of it. Yeah.
All right.
And if you zoom in on that white tag on the figure on the very right there, those are hard to see because it's a white background.
Yeah.
But if you zoom in on these, you can see more of them.
Yeah.
Look, that one's got a white tag. I don't know if it's him or him. But there is a white tag.
It does have a white tag. You can see the white tag. Yeah.
That isn't that an Abe's Odyssey character, and that's a Star Wars character?
No, so Watto is the Watto, that blue figure, that is Watto. He is a Star Wars figure.
Oh.
Yeah.
It looks like a I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, but I'm following you.
Yeah, no, he was
helicopter above them.
I'm not even going to try to. I don't remember which episode. But he was exclusive. The reason why his value was so expensive, he was exclusive to one set. And so that's why that mold, that figure itself, was exclusive to one set. Was like a very valuable figure. Like the Uncle Owen in the back, the figure with the gray hair. Also like a fan favorite character, because it's like, it's Uncle Owen, right? But he only appears in one set, or at the time only appeared in one set. I think he's come out since then in one set. And like,
that was going to be my next question about which ones were limited items too, because those are the worth more, aren't they?
The Queen Amidala only came out in one set with the dress, with that with her crown and that formed skirt. She only came out in one set.
Right. Who's played Abe's Odyssey and knows which character I'm talking about? The ones with the little helicopter.
Somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat.
I can't remember what they're called, and I should know because I'm still playing the damn games. So I should know it. Right. Did I mark that one? I did.
A funny side note, I went ahead and looked at Brandon's photos, and one of the questions I had was, early on when I was looking through these photos, was I didn't realize things had been moved in and out to take photos.
Yeah.
And in his photos, these trays are inside, but what's hard to notice until you're looking for it is those tags are on there.
Yeah.
So you can see the tags in his photos as well.
I pulled all of those because we put those in those safes on the shelves on top of the boxes. So I pulled them all out because it was too dark inside to get a good picture. So I pulled them out to get these pictures.
Right. I'm just going by memory here, but that's the safe room, and the ones that are tagged are Brian's, right?
Yeah. Some of them Brian, some of them not. Yeah. And then back up to it's so interesting it's so funny going from the $5 city truck to the $250 star, like back and forth between these images.
What I found interesting is, because this is in time order, so what this shows us is that you're in one room doing that room, and that Ben was in another room doing that area. And it corroborates what you'd already said without you knowing we were going to put them in time order like this.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So
yeah, no, absolutely. Because we had never compared them based on timing.
Yeah. There was a lot of corroboration with things that you had previously said
Yeah.
to the way that they were laid out, and that Brandon Brandon was actually following you around the store. Like that was something you'd said in another interview.
Yeah.
And this basically proved all of that. So
yeah. So this is back in the safe room, and this is inside the safe. Like you can see the shelf of it, and you can see the like the side behind it. So yeah. So this is inside that cabinet. And then I mean you can also see like the ones that have the tags. Some of them are from Brian's collection, some of them aren't.
Rightio. Well, we'll count whatever we can find with a tag on it for those.
Well, and if there's a tag on it, it'll match up to the inventory. And I'm sure there are people that can do that, like they can identify
so that
figure.
That number on the box there, that's what you were putting on the tags, right?
No.
Yeah.
So those are two different things. So that 75058, that is a set number. What was going on the tag was the figure number. So if you go onto Bricklink, each figure is identified with its own unique number. And so
is that a Lego issued number?
Yes.
Yeah.
So every Lego piece has a part number. Every single Lego brick has, with the exception of some really old, has a designated part number. Individual minifigure parts have their own identifying number. All of the Star Wars figures, it will start with SW, and then first one starts at 0001A, which is a battle droid, and then 001B, which is also a battle droid, and then just goes from there.
Gotcha.
So what was on those stickers was the minifigure number themselves. So this is again back in the safe. You can see the set. I tilted it like up this way so that I could fit those and get all those pictures. And then that's again, some of those were from his collection. Some of like the Rancor wasn't. The Dubek in the back wasn't. Some of those were from his collection. Some of them weren't.
Right. Yeah. You can see like either the tag behind them or the string around the neck.
Yeah. Like the Jedi Bob, the brown hooded guy right in the front was not part of his collection.
This guy.
With the right in the middle, the $120 one. Like Jedi Bob, not part of the collection. The snow Boba Fett, the white Boba Fett that came in the book, part of his collection, but only two of them. One of them wasn't. The Sabine, part of the collection. The Zeb, part of the collection. The Slave Leia. The what's the blue guy's name?
I don't know their names. You're gonna have to. Someone else is gonna have to fill that in for us.
I cannot believe I'm forgetting.
They're not too far behind us. I've actually put them on low latency, so someone will tell you who the blue guy is in a second.
Somebody in there. He was exclusive to one set until the newest. Actually, I don't know if that's still accurate because so he's sits within the Rebels universe, the Ahsoka universe, and so he's one of the villains. One of his villain art is highly intelligent.
It's gonna bug us all until we know, until we remember. No one's come up with the name of the little character I thought the other blue guy was. So I must be the only Abe's Odyssey player in the room.
It's right on.
On the tip of my tongue.
Centered around him as the villain. I want to say, that is back to
this front room,
the right of the front door. Yeah. So this is where the bulk. Yeah. So this is where the bulk tables are.
Yep.
And so it's on the other side of that window where you will eventually see the U-Haul truck. So there were, oh Lord, I don't even remember how many bulk tables we had now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think like 6 bulk tables in like an L facing the windows and then coming this way. So yeah, you can actually see like a little tiny corner of that U-Haul in that last picture.
So how do you stock those? Are they just from Lego itself or
No,
secondhand
that was
parts?
that would people would bring in just loose Lego bricks, just selling like loose bricks. If you go back up a little bit, this will help you with spacing. That one right there. Sorry, down one more.
So they go from there, and then there's one beside that, and sort of
But
in a
next
row.
down, you can see the lock right there. That was the entrance door for the second address.
Okay, so this is what I think.
Yeah.
This is what I think the U-Haul photo has is the locksmith by changing that lock.
Yeah. And so if it was the U-Haul photo, it was definitely the ring footage. And I don't think I have the footage itself. I just have the screenshot of the footage.
Right.
One thing Ben didn't get pictures of because he didn't know to take pictures of is those curtains, those around the sides of those are there because under each of those tables were tubs full of sorted bulk that we would use to replenish those tables.
So these are double tubs, really?
Yeah. So there's the table.
Holy shit.
And then underneath there were totes with more sorted bulk that was ready to go out and be sold.
There you go. Holy Hannah, because you had a lot of stock in there.
Yeah. And then this would have been, you can actually almost barely in the top right corner, you can see the dividing line between the two addresses.
Right.
So this table would have been like, here's the front, those windows that we just saw in the parking lot, and then the bulk table's right here, and then that table would be right here, and then the party room right behind it. So this was kind of like a table where we had laid out.
What is that? That room's the second address, right?
It's part of the second address. I generally would refer to it just like as it was the bulk area. I don't know how you want to refer to it, but that was a table where we had those like the Go Figure displays laid out, some of the books and stuff and that just kind of, it changed depending on inventory. It was just kind of an extra display thing.
But this is still to the right of the front door.
It's all to the right, but yeah, it's all where the bulk was collecting. So this was also to the right. I'm going
to leave it at right of the front door, and then we'll try and work out how to lay that out. A map. Thank you, Strong Leg. Love you too. Thanks for dropping in, and have a good sleep. It's illegal to impersonate a process server. All right, the chat's having their own conversation over here, so I'm sure Pun will let me know if there's something come up that I should put up on the screen or ask Chrys.
They did figure out the name of that character. It's Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yes, Thrawn. I'm sorry. Thank you. Please don't excise me from the. So yeah, that was the same. Longer image.
I appreciate the follow-up comment, Admiral Prawn, but I think that would have been a calamarian.
There you go. Thank you guys, whoever contributed. Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Who makes an amazing villain. He is
and nobody has come up with who they think the little character it looks like is out of Abe's Odyssey. I can't think of their names. If my son was awake, he'd be onto it. He'd be like, I know those are blah blah, Mum. All right. This has got a yellow sticker on it. We've also got a whole row of them, which I think you do in the next photo anyway.
This is back, like this is back in the safe room, inside that locking, like inside that cabinet.
Yeah. And so all this bottom shelf is Brian's as well?
No.
Okay, just the ones with
Oh,
stickers.
yeah, Omo. I can actually identify, if you go down a little bit, exactly which ones aren't Brian's. The bottom of that, there is a
Let's get a clearer picture of it first.
It's almost, it's not Bionicle, but it's like, it's the buildable fig, but it's the old style. So you can see the two on the top right there. The red, that guy, those two, those were not part of Brian's collection.
But everything else under it is.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't see clear enough. I think a few of them aren't. You can spot a few price tags that don't have the yellow. So there were a few here and there mixed in, but it's mostly because like those two buildable figs, they were on the shelf. I pulled them off of the floor, the sales floor that night. So that's why they just went back there, because they were on the sales floor with the rest of the retired sets that got pulled back. So I didn't separate them out. They went right in there.
Yeah. All right.
It's weird what I remember from that night. Those small details.
But only if you've got the photos, right? Because I'm sure that if you didn't have these, you would be struggling.
Yeah. Right at the front door. That's directly outside of the party room. The ring
still
camera
to the right.
Yeah.
Still to the right.
The ring camera that caught the locksmith actually sits on the very top of that shelf, that display rack right there.
Radio.
So if you were sitting in Schrodinger's U-Haul, you would be looking directly at this wall.
Yes. Yeah. You can see the plug in the outlet. That thing plugged into the outlet. You can see the white cord going up to the ring camera.
Oh yeah, just there.
Yeah.
Okay, so remember that layout. These are right of the front door, pun, but opposite the windows.
Yeah.
So when we get to drawing our little diagram for all of these. I'm trying to keep each of the names similar to each other so we can group them later. So we have that lot goes in that room and that lot goes in that room. So if I name them all differently, it's going to be too hard to group them. Thank you for the super chat, Erica. And the question, you don't know the power of the internet? No, we do.
I've become very aware of the power of the internet at this point. It is great. Our attorney is a little she's got the Kaiser police reports now without having to Freedom of Information Act or request them. So it's been kind of great. And I gotta shout out the BAMMAP right now, because their 100th update on there was like perfection. It was, I quite enjoyed your choice of your 100th episode, your 100th update, and our attorney appreciated that as well.
Yes, thank you, Michelle. Sleegs. I couldn't remember the name of it for the life of me. There's sleegs and slogs and all sorts of things, but these ones were sleegs, and they looked just like that little blue guy, but instead of wings, they had a little helicopter and machine guns.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go back to the super chat just to revisit that. I'll tell you who didn't know the power of the internet is BAM. We, however, on the internet did know our power.
How many days are we into the 3 to 5 days?
Right. It's months now, isn't it? It'll blow over.
It'll all go away.
No, and the thing that I think they didn't count on is that everyone's looking for this little project to sink their teeth into. And like I said previously, we've all got our own lanes. Mine's data, Rosie's is research, and people on her team or that she works with on the BAMMAP are also statisticians and lawyers or studying lawyers. And then you've got the true crime community who just like to investigate stuff. I mean, they just didn't realize they were up against the whole freaking world at
You
that
brought
point.
you brought the Lego fandom, and I've said this before, the Lego fandom and the Star Wars fandom together, but then you also brought in like, oh, let's like bring
True
down
crime.
corruption
Yep.
and police corruption. So like you
Yep.
could not have created a better Venn diagram of how to make something go viral. If
How to make something last 4 to 5 days and
Yeah.
have the whole world investigate you.
Is this a good time to take a quick? I know we're live, but I also desperately need to take a quick restroom break.
I do too. So we're gonna throw it to pun with the comments and stuff for 5 seconds. So good thinking, Chris.
I am so sorry. I'm gonna because it's been I right before this I was recording a different podcast, and so then it was like a quick break. Clearly not long enough because I forgot to use the restroom in between that time. So
that's all right. I'm drinking coffee, so I got to do the same thing. So
I've been drinking water all day because I'm talking all day, and it's caught up on me. So I will be back momentarily.
Okay, me too. It's up over to you, Pun, for 2 minutes tops.
Oh, I am prepared for such an occasion. I am reading from the book. I thought about going on an all almond diet, but that's just nuts. Yeah. This there's so many little things in this that I've been having a lot of fun with, but one of the things that they were just mentioning, like what groups got involved, and I really wanted to take a moment. So I'm so glad we took this moment here, because I don't know how many people saw this. But when Reckless Ben was early into all this, he got an interview from Joel Haver, I think is the name of the account. Well, the D&D folks know who that is, because he did that first time you play an RPG, second time you play an RPG, and then a bunch of other like RPG stuff. So the D&D group did get in. Not as big as the Lego group, or not as heavily as the Lego collectors, but we did get in. But we're here. So I thought it was just so much fun early on when I started streaming some of this stuff, like, hey, what groups are here and why are you here, and what is this connecting? So anyway, I'm so glad I got to take this portion here. I'm going to find another joke. Oh, I should wait till Ozzy gets back. I will save that one. Why can't leopards hide? Because they're always spotted. So I'm really glad that there's a lot of the familiar crowd in here as well. Every one of these streams has been a party. I got to party out in a stream earlier today. Sheldon was streaming earlier today, and there was a big party. But it kept moving to new streams, so we got to be in a fun little chat run around. I'm really hoping when we get a little bit further, we can get through some of the videos, because I did put some of the videos together as well. And so watching them in order, you can actually kind of watch people walk around the store to some extent by watching where their photos move to. So I'm really excited for that part. So the Lemonade Man, I actually have an answer for your question. Are these puns or dad jokes? A joke becomes a dad joke when the answer is apparent.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Erica. I want that as a thumbnail with Vader pointing at Bam. Good on you. And a $10 super chat from Mercurial. A bio break. That's a great term for it.
I did save one of my terrible jokes until you got back. Why don't banks allow kangaroos to open accounts?
because they bounce checks. I don't know.
Yes.
That was a wild guess. I'm sorry, I ruined your punchline.
Oh no, that's totally fine. Actually, what was the other one? It's what? Okay, why did the bank repossess the Tower of Pisa?
I can't guess that one.
Because they had a lien on it.
It's funny.
All right, back to you.
People respect me, god damn it. I'm a serious businessman, not a joke.
The comedic intermission. Nice. I have my absolute favorite terrible joke. Ben likes to pretend like he hates dad jokes, but it's like he secretly enjoys them. And making him like roll his eyes and groan is one of my favorite things. My absolute favorite joke, though, is the one that like it won over my stepson when shortly after, because Ben and I had been dating for like about 6 months before I met Noah. And I'd heard this joke and I was saving it for the right moment. We were driving home in the car one day and he like snort laughs in the back of the car after I told it. And then from then on, he was like, okay, yeah, this is fine. It's just my favorite joke. It's better under like under specific circumstances, but it's basically like point at any tree and just, like, I don't trust trees because they're all a little bit shady.
Oh.
That's my favorite terrible joke.
My favorite terrible joke, and I saved the awful ones for the grandkids because they actually laugh at them. Everyone else is like, what? My favorite joke was, how do you get Pikachu on a bus? Your Pokemon.
All right. I've got the worst joke you guys have ever heard. Hold on.
Oh no. Ben's gonna be so sad he missed all of this.
What does Popeye eat for breakfast?
Spinach?
No. Eggs.
Egg. Oh my goodness. Okay. For those who didn't get the Not a Joke LLC, Ben's publishing, is it his book or his publishing company? It's called Not a Pipe, right?
Not a Pipe. Yeah, our publishing company, Not a Pipe. Yeah.
Right. For those who don't know. So also
yeah. He's always pleased when people understand the reference, which is it's not a lot. Not a lot of people are, Magritte art fans that understand the reference to it.
So tell me the reference.
There's a painting by an artist named Magritte, and it's a painting of like a pipe, a wooden pipe. And under it says, this is not a pipe, like in French. But, and so the whole thing is like, the thing is not the thing, it's the representation of the thing. So Ben's whole, like, we're not the book, we are the representation of the book.
Right. So how do you say that in French, Stan?
Oh my God, it's been...
No, Stan's got it. He's in Paris right now. He'll tell us. Stan, what's...
in un pipe. My French is very rusty.
Say it again.
Ceci n'est pas un pipe. Un pipe. My French pronunciation is rough. I studied it back in college, and it's very bad.
Okay, well, I'm going to take your word for it because the only French I speak is swear words, which I don't think are French.
They do have some pretty good, like French does have some pretty quality swear words.
Yeah. There you go. All right, let's get back to, now we've had our little giggle, let's get back to documenting what we've got here. Hope I'm not boring everyone by doing this, but there is a method to our madness, and you're going to like the madness part.
I really just,
the methods.
it's kind of insane to see how many actual pictures I had taken, because that night, like it really, like it did not feel like enough. It you know, did not feel like I was getting enough of the pictures. And now going back and seeing them, it's really just kind of insane, the sheer volume of them.
Yeah, that's it. This is not a pipe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stan. Whoops.
Yeah.
All right, so we are in this one. I think we hear noises. No, we're not there yet, but we're getting close to where we hear noises. But these two here are obviously Brian's, but
yeah,
this whole bottom shelf, that's what we were just looking at in the previous one, right?
Now I'm not certain. It's
Let me
very
go back to the previous one.
yeah. I don't know if it's the same
Bottom shelf here.
Okay. I was just like, I'm not sure if it was like if it's the same cabinet or if it's a different one. And I can't.
Looking how that one's packed.
Oh yeah, okay. You do see the red. You can just barely see the Republic trooper. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it's the bottom shelf.
The shadow trooper. Shadow trooper.
You had moved some of the top shelf around to take photographs of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on. Come on. Here we go. All right. What we were trying to do, just doing some of this, is trying to get the last picture was better, but trying to get some of the numbers from the shelves that weren't photographed very clearly in other pictures. So, all right, we've got this one.
And some of them I can identify by picture, like by the box itself.
Yeah.
Like that 4501, there are two of those. But they're two distinctly different sets. It's like one of them is specifically the blue box. There are only a couple of sets that Lego used that particular light blue on the box. And so that set and the other set, they are the identical set. Every piece is the same, except the box is a different color, and it's very specifically like an anniversary blue box edition. So it's $50. Like its value is $50 higher because that color.
Interesting.
The Cloud City
the
set.
Things you learn.
Same. The Cloud City set is also that same light blue. That's not a color that they used in their branding in their boxes. It's more of a dark blue.
Interesting.
So it's actually like the blue box.
So when they did special editions like anniversaries and stuff like that, they did give you some sort of visual reference to understand that they were different too.
Yeah, usually yes. Usually they'll be like it'll have like a 50th anniversary or whatever anniversary. This is, I don't know, like this is directly in front of the front door. Like not like right in front of it, but direct line of like pathway from the front door. So it was like right in the middle of the store.
Front door.
I don't know how to.
No, front door will do as long as it's got the word front in it, then we know it's that area. So
yeah.
All right. This
will be directly across from like the minifigure cases. This is in the 3670 set part of the store. So you've got the U set wall, the minifigure cases on one side to the left of the front door, and then you've got the new in box shelving to the right of the front door.
All right, we'll leave it at right of the front door, and then that's opposite the windows where you can see the U-Haul, correct?
Yeah. This wall, not opposite, no, this is a different wall. This wall is where the dividing line for the two addresses is. This wall itself is that separating wall.
So on the other side of this wall is what?
The birthday party room.
The party room. Gotcha.
Yeah, right on the other side of that wall.
Right. So take note of that pun.
This will be a little bit, it'll be a little bit clearer as we get to other pictures and other videos. This is the very end. So these empty spots, this was a certified set. Remember earlier I was talking about certified sets, and sometimes they don't come in their original box. You can see right behind it, there are a couple other white boxes. To be a certified set, it didn't have to have the box, but it did have to have the instructions. So we would put them in our own like white cardboard box. So this is the very first shelf with the new sets closest to the front door.
So I'm just wondering, Pun, if we got the you know how you said you Googled and you got both the shops? If we got those two floor plan or just floor shapes from that and sent that over to Crystal, she could probably draw out which walls or floors rather.
The floor plans, if you have somewhere floating online is our franchise agreement. It's part of our lawsuit. The lease and a diorama of the floor plan is in our franchise agreement because it is in the franchise agreement. Those documents are already online. The floor plan,
yes.
Yeah, the floor plan is in my franchise agreement, which is in our lawsuit. So that's already out there. And yeah, I can absolutely help clarify. I think it even indicates like which one is which building is which building. Yeah.
Right. So Pun, I think that's I think that's on the BAM website. The link you had just before with the Exhibit A on it, I think it's in that list from the BAM website.
I'm going through that right now.
It's within
Rosie could just tell us the name of the document if she remembers.
Yeah, it's within our franchise agreement, and it's towards the end of the franchise agreement.
Perfect.
Because they included the lease in the franchise agreement. Because we were supposed to be taking over the lease. They never reached out to the landlord. They never passed along that paper that we signed and Ammon did not sign in the franchise agreement, which is how the
contract, the franchisee contract between Gorman's and BAM is what we're after, Rosie. If you can tell us what, just like a keyword to search for in that list, and then Pun can tell me what that is, and then we've got a floor plan. Yay! All right, let's keep going because we are so far. We are so far from the end here. So where are we at? We're still at right of the front door, but that's opposite the party room. Right. Yeah. So that's where we still are here.
And it's same spot. So yeah, that's a certified set. You can see behind it is a retired set, a couple of retired sets. So this is where Brian's collection would have been when it was on the shelf during the day.
But it wouldn't have been while Ben was out there photographing because it's all in the back room right now.
All in the back room. Yeah.
Right. All right. Just checking if I had to put any X's on these. So.
Yeah.
All right. Is this going to help you identify your own inventory outside of Brian's?
I mean, some of it, like he got the prices, but not like I can identify the set based on the image on most of them. And like some of them you can't clearly, like we'll have to zoom in and go through and like zoom in on the set number.
We'll do that for you. We're putting the work in at this end, so either me or Pun will do it. What happens is we've actually both been doing the same, like our brains have been thinking the same way.
Yeah.
So we're actually doing the same thing. So we need to keep each other posted. So one's doing something and the other one's doing the other thing or whatever.
Yeah.
So, but we have been working on it, and I dare say Rose is working on things as well, like trying to make things match and work out what's what as well. So her team over on the BAM map. So okay.
Back in the safe room. Those two sets that I showed you that I said
that's
weren't
those two, yeah.
those are those two. So I pulled some of these out to get clearer pictures of the set number itself. Yeah.
So 3 of those.
Yeah. The yellow stickers, yes. You can see those 2 were certified.
Right. Moving down. Let's just have a quick squizzy at that one.
We had a buy come in with somebody that came in with like 8 or 9 of those built figures, those buildable figures. And we certified all but one. One of them was missing one piece. And so we sold that one used on our shelf.
Gotcha.
That I remember those.
It's another certified set.
Yeah. I think at a point he went through and was like picking up every set and getting the set itself and the price.
I can actually hear Brandon scolding him in one of your 2-second snippets, going like, "Move it along now."
Wow. Hey, stop. Mary, no.
Look, we're nearly at the end. We are almost there. I know this is the same room because I can see the thumbnails, but you guys might not be able to. But
yeah, so he was really trying to get the prices, which is good because, you know, a year and a half later, prices have changed. And
they'd be worth more now, wouldn't they?
Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. It's really difficult to tell. It really just depends on if anything, any new set has come out that's similar to it, or how popular the set was. Like the DeLorean would be worth more now. You know, the architecture, it's maybe. You never know.
I remember hearing one of the other ex-store owners saying that they weren't really interested in the arc. They'd tell people not to bring the architecture in. So
our architecture sold really well if it was certified, not so well if it was built, but that was always because it came in without instruction booklets. Nobody ever brought it in with the instruction booklets. And those people were hesitant to buy them without the instruction booklets.
Understandable too. Understandable, because who can put together anything without the I call them destructions.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got quite a few certified sets.
And that was really just like sometimes the entire week would be spent, or 2 weeks would be spent just certifying sets, because we'd have way too many used sets and no room to display them. So sometimes a used set would sit on the shelf for months and not sell. So I would spend a week, we'd pull them down, certify them, and then they'd sell.
Yep. Do you miss it, Chrys?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you going to do it again?
No.
Like not with that company, but are you going to do a store again?
No. I think I've been a little soured on business ownership for a while.
Me too. I didn't even go through what you went through, but this is enough to deter anybody.
Yeah. I think I've probably kind of, for a little while. I don't think I'll
there comes a time where you burn out, right?
Yeah.
And you don't realize until you take a break, and then you realize, holy shit, I must have been burnt out because I'm enjoying this so much, having time off.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's nice and it's freeing to be able to work for yourself, but it's also a lot of work to be able to work for yourself. There's nobody else. But I'm in management. I'm in retail management right now, and it's really kind of the same thing, right? If I'm not feeling well, I'm towards the top of the ladder. There's nobody covering for me, so it's very similar. At least with store ownership, I could just be like, I am so sorry, we're not going to be open today. That happened very, very rarely, but there was a time period where we had to close on Thursdays because I was working by myself every day, all day for a period of like a month and a half because we only had 2 staff members at a time and they both left at the same time. So I was running everything. Like it was just me while hired and trained. And I was finally like, we have to close for a day during the week. I can't do this anymore. Which is something I don't miss.
Gotcha. Pardon me. Did you only have 2 employees or did you rotate employees?
So we generally only had like 2 employees at a time. There was a time period where we had a bit of an overlap with like 3 employees at once. But most of like they were all part-time. So it was part-time staff. I had when I started there as an assistant manager, we had a college student. And then like my stepson would come in and work at the time he was in high school. Like my daughter would come in and work part-time. So there's the poly bags.
And those are not Brian's. Those are the ones that you got in separately.
I tried to get to
toys. Oh, from Lego. There you
from
go.
Toy House. Yeah, so it was from Toy House.
Yep. All right, where are we now? Still in the front room?
Yeah. Yeah. I tried to get the pictures. We had a ton of the poly bags.
That was when I realized it was you operating this camera.
Yeah.
So, we're almost there, guys, and then we can let Chrys go to bed. I'm pretty sure these are just copy paste now, aren't they? We'll just make sure. There's no other rooms we haven't done yet, is there?
No, there's the video of the individual like minifigure cases and then like the bulk area in the back, but I don't know if you have those on here. Because a lot of that we just took video of it because there was no time. So I opened up my camera and just got as much video as possible.
Right. And I feel like the majority of Brian's collection was in the safe room at this stage.
Yeah. Almost all of it. There were some of his minifigures that were still in the minifigure case.
Yeah.
But
mostly everything was in the safe.
None of the like the high value ones, because we pulled the entire top row and then 2 or 3 plates from the bottom row. We separated them out by like genre within Star Wars, like which era. We also did it so that like all the most expensive ones were on the top shelf so that we could take them back at night.
What is that?
That is the Adidas shoe set. It's a brick built tennis shoe.
There you go. A Lego or just a brick? Regular brick. Is it Lego?
I mean, it's Lego, yes. But it's like it's individually like it's a Lego build. So it's a set of like an Adidas. Yeah, so you can see.
Yeah, there's the shoe there. Interesting.
Yeah. No, you can't actually wear it. And yes, customers did ask me if they could wear it. I would always say, like, put it on your foot at your own risk.
Why would you want to step on a Lego?
So it was hollow. It was a hollow build.
No, so partially, but there was like a piece right in the heel. Like you would not want to put your foot in there. But you know, people are weird.
It's perfect memory because my memory of Lego, my half brother, he's quite a bit younger than me by about 4 or 5 years. He always had Lego, and I can remember as a kid stepping all over the Lego and getting like the corners of the Lego stuck in my feet. And then when I got older and had my own kids, we ended up banning Lego because they wouldn't pack it away. I would always be stepping on it.
There is something worse than stepping on a Lego, though.
What?
I would
not tax.
No. So we would build like fidget cubes, infinity cubes out of Lego. And so I would bring all the various parts, and so they would be like specific colors and like very cool. I still have one. But I would bring all the parts home and I would lay in bed and like have a movie on in the background or something as I was just building, 50 of them at a time.
Yep.
The only thing worse than stepping on a Lego is realizing you've lost one in the bed and rolling over on it in your sleep. That's an unpleasant. That was finally when Ben was like, "You're not allowed to build in bed anymore."
Yeah.
And so then I had to do it on the couch.
Ouch.
Because that's not fun. Or when you find a Lego piece at the end of the day somehow like in your bra. I don't quite know how it happened. That's always the worst part.
I can't say I've ever had that problem.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
I used to share a bedroom with my half brother, and he used to snore. As he got older, he started snoring, and I used to like reach into the Lego box and just toss Lego at him to make him like turn over or something, so that I couldn't hear him snoring.
I mean, you're nicer than me. I just give Ben a little shove or a little kick. I'm not very nice about it when I get woken up in the middle of the night. I don't.
Well, I'm not very nice about it either, but we're in separate beds across the room from each other. Yeah. So it was only a very short period. I think it might have even been just like a sleepover or something that we were in the same room like that. But I do remember tossing Lego at someone snoring. So it might not even been him, but I know it was his Lego.
Oh my goodness, we still haven't made it through the certified. He took so many pictures.
He did. And you know what? I'm just going to not tag those just for now because I can see in the thumbnails which room he's in.
Yeah, we're almost to the end of the. Oh, hey, there's the.
Right. So previously you had said something about them not inventorying, but I am absolutely certain that's what he's talking about here.
So I can.
Sorry. What did you say?
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, I'll do it a little louder. Let me try and adjust the volume on this window by itself. See if this is better.
What's what and less likely that this is.
He said, "What's what and less likely that this is." So he's talking about we'll inventory it, work out what's what.
I don't know because he's on the phone with somebody.
True.
And I believe at that time he is on the phone with Kai, but I'm not certain.
Right.
But this can help. This picture actually kind of works to help lay out the layout of that room.
Yes.
Because you can see the door. So
what's what
Yep.
and less likely that this.
So before all we could see was just a little on the end of the door.
And I had my previous perception off. I was looking at the room from the wrong angle. So the shelves that we looked at earlier that had the bags of the minifigures on them.
Yes.
That shelf would have been directly to Brandon's left.
On this side, yep.
Yeah. And then I am standing like opposite.
So the safes are here as well?
No. So there would have been that wire shelf that had those bags of figures on them to his left. Right behind me, so you can see this
It's
kind
the
of
safes.
white.
I've seen it.
You can see this kind of white on there. That's the other corner of the room. That's the opposite wall that meets with the Tan Republic next door. So on that side of the wall, that's where we saw the shelf that had those poly bags.
Yep, those are called French cleats. Those shelf types are called French cleats. You can clip a shelf into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then there was that shelf where we saw the box of poly bags, and then right next to that, one of the safes.
And
that's
then behind you is the other two.
That's on the wall that's attached to the Tan Republic. On the other wall behind me that faces River Road, that's on the street side, those are the other safes on that wall. Yeah. So that's how that room was oriented.
You following that orientation, Pun?
And
Yeah, I think
because I'm going to be relying on you very heavily when we come to sorting out the orientation. Because I'm a bit like Crystal. I'm a little bit spassy when it comes to.
Right under his arm in the background, that's my office. You can see inside my office.
Yep.
It's directly across from the staff room.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to ask about. If you could zoom in there, that kind of looks like the security monitor.
Yeah, that's the Lorax, but that's the hardwired Lorax monitor that corporate put in before I ever came to work there. Yeah.
Lorax, eh?
Yeah.
It's a
the one that corporate had access to.
That have sound?
No sound, no audio, just video.
I thought the Lorax speaks through the trees.
Not that I don't know if it. I mean, I understand the reference. I don't know if it actually has the capability to do audio. I know in Oregon, there's very specific laws around when and how you can record audio. I don't know if the Lorax, like the system couldn't or corporate decided not to. I put up those Ring cameras that did record audio, but I also had to put a sign on the door indicating you are under audio recording for the law. And then I had to inform new staff members, just so you are aware, there is audio. I'm not going to be a creeper and come in and like listen to you, but I have to inform you legally that I do have the ability to.
Right. So I got a couple of super chats to catch up with. Okay. And this one is, well, bad news. Seems like you and Ben are about to become Corp BAM.
The only thing I don't want to do any more than own my own store again is be in charge of 300 stores.
Oh my God. Wouldn't that suck?
No, it would become like that situation. I think the ideal outcome for all the BAM stores out there is to become like what's essentially like an employee owned, basically. It's a cooperative that they all share ownership in.
Right. Mercurial says Chrys knows the difference between sets on the fly during a live stream, while BAM and management with more time and not live either can't identify or properly value them, or if they can, they lowball the customer. Yep. And then another question that Lemonade Man asked is, why would BAM remove Star Wars sets from the shelves after closing down between May and August? Who picked up the ladder off the floor? Was it Josh or Brendan?
That I don't know.
I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest.
But I can tell you, so 2 of those sets are Brian's, but the Ray Speeder in the middle was not.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell yellow stickers, but also that freaking Ray Speeder junk set. Just utter, not a good set. Not a good figure, not a good build. It just everything about it. Yeah.
So the 75099 is not a Brian set.
No. We would actually, that would come in used all the time, and it would go into its own bag and be sold as like a $5 vehicle because it was just a constant return. We're back out. Yeah, the little keychains.
We are almost done. There's a couple at the bottom that aren't your images. They were just ones that I used to show the audience how a bad metadata scrape would look. I don't know if you hung around for that long in the video, but
no, it's oftentimes I'm popping in right before or right after work, so I can only watch like a little bit of it. But usually I'll come in and just like leave a comment because I want the algorithm to add that engagement for everybody that's doing so much work for this. So
we appreciate that. I'll show you quickly before we close out. If we just hope we're almost there. So, what a bad metadata scrape. So someone who's trying to hide their footprints or their fingerprints, their digital fingerprints, this is what it would look like on the original photographs or videos. And the two examples I pull are actually videos. So you generally get a lot more metadata from a video than you do from a photograph. So
at the time, I did not realize how
much you can scrape. Did you realize that there was audio? Like, you knew that you were using motion photo, but did you realize?
I don't know. Like, that's one of those that, like, I don't know. I don't actually know if I know. It might have been one of those things where, like, I knew and then I forgot that I knew, because I don't like.
So when you do it on your phone now, can you hear the audio through the gallery?
Yes, but in order to play the audio, you have to hit the little speaker button. It doesn't by default play audio.
And it's muted by default.
Yeah. So I won't often, like, I think there you can hear a car drive by. Like, I keep my motion, like, my phone is always on motion photo. Ever since I discovered motion photo existed, that's its default. Because I like it, because sometimes, like, when your phone captures a picture, it doesn't actually capture the best one, like the best moment. But if you're doing a motion picture, you can go through frame by frame and then motion capture that frame. And sometimes that gets you a better, I think I discovered it one time. I was trying to take a picture of, like, a sunset or something, and it wasn't working just like my camera. And so I was like, what is this? And I tried it, and then I was like, oh, that's a crisper, like, that's a better picture. And then
let's keep that one.
Yeah.
They're actually described by the people who invented the idea as context clips, which is basically, if it's a birthday party and someone's blowing out the candles, you get 2 seconds of context rather than just the person blowing out the candles.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about it until I was actually studying this. So that one there is not Bryant's?
No, I don't know. I actually think it is, but it's the wrong, it's not the bottom of the box. It's the side of the box.
Right. So if that number shows up in the list, we can tick it off.
Yeah. Like, I'm not certain. I can't say for sure.
Is that going to be the best way to do this, to check the number on the box, whether it exists in the list or not?
Yeah, most likely it's going to be very, very rare that there will be one that we also have. It's not impossible. There were some that we had ones as well, but that would be a good indicator of whether it was one and I just didn't get the number or not.
Right. Can you take over the thingy for a second? My dog's barking. I think I got a delivery guy.
Yeah. Actually, I have a question. I'm just that's why I'm, like, glued to this screen over here.
Yeah.
It looks like one of the office rooms may have been the window was the exterior wall, or were those, like, blocked off?
Yes. So 2 of them. Are you talking about, like, the wall facing River Road?
Yes.
Yes, those big windows. Yes. So the safe room, this room, was one of those.
Okay.
So the 3 safes going this way, like, in a row, the window was behind that. But then we had blinds closed. So that is the far corner. So if you're looking at those, there's that building, like that room, the safe room. And then right next to it is where we stored our used bulk that had either been sorted or unsorted. Those 2. Yeah.
What's crazy that I'm looking at, I didn't notice before, is you can see into the rooms a little bit from the Google Street View.
You
So,
can, but
yeah,
not anymore, or because they had full blinds on them.
okay, yeah,
And for the bulk storage, for the safe room, the safes completely blocked out the windows.
yeah.
And they were also painted over, and you can see the painting from the outside, like that had that like tempered, I don't know what you call it, design on it. And then for the bulk room, we had to keep those blinds closed all the time so that none of the bricks got sun damage to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's we were, when we first were playing through the videos, we couldn't figure out why we heard that noise that sounded like a car driving by.
Yeah.
And since it's so close to the road, that explains everything.
Yeah.
So
we like that is the side. There's no parking along that side, right? It's directly, it's main road. There's a small sidewalk, but that was the least, that's not where anybody broke in through those windows. People broke in through the parking lot because that was off of the street and kind of secluded and surrounded by a fence and off of the main road. So there was no like traffic driving by, because it was a terrible location.
one of the things that I kind of geeked out about, it's weird because I don't care that much about parking lots, but I started caring about parking lots because the front of the store is kind of the back of the store.
Yeah.
And in the Reckless Ben videos, they talk about being in the front of the store, and they sort of kind of are, but it's actually the back of the store.
Yeah. It's absurd. And half the time Google Maps didn't even take you to the entrance along River Road. It would take you through this back, like gravel side, like tiny lane, where people would be like, I don't know where I am right now. Like, Deliverance country road. And, didn't matter how many times you were reaching out to Google Maps to get them to fix that. Nothing ever happened. Yeah, absolutely, utterly ridiculous. I hated that location, everything about that location. I did not choose it. Had I had the ability to choose it, that is not where that store would have been. I don't understand. I still don't understand the thinking behind when that location was chosen. I don't know why you pick a location that has 0 foot traffic. But
Apologies for that. I got tree guys here to tidy up the rainforest from the power lines. Now I know why they wanted to turn my power off. They didn't actually tell me why. They just said it would be out for 2 days.
I just looked at my watch because I was like, it's got to be like 11 o'clock. I'm so hungry. No, it's 8 o'clock at night. It's barely.
It's your bedtime. I think we're done though. I don't think there's anything else here that we can't label already without you.
There is one room. I don't know if it comes up in these photos, but I know Brandon has a picture of it where it's kind of like there's one where there's just a bunch of like loose things, and it doesn't look like you can walk into the room.
That I'm not.
It's got like totes. It's got like totes and a lot of boxes of loose things and stuff.
Just like tubs. That would be. I should have pictures of that too. That would be the room that's right next to the safe room, the bulk storage room.
Okay, bulk storage room, which is the one that touches the window.
Yeah, and that was only for like unsorted bulk, and then we would have like the totes would be like the tubs would be identified whether it had been sorted or unsorted because there was so much bulk that came in. It was absurd.
And you can see the vertical blinds, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right,
and then there's another picture that I didn't see. I didn't take and I didn't see until I went and looked through all of this. And what that was, you can see he took a picture in my office because you can see my purse and my sweater sitting on the back of the chair. So that, like, I can place that in time. That picture was taken while I was still there.
I thought that one was really funny because in the one report, there's the comment about, and I thought it was also really offensive, but she should be worried about her purse, not the collection. But literally the photo tells you you weren't, you were worried about the collection. Like that literally is what the photo tells you.
Yeah. I love that their argument was like, she's being removed from the store. She's not thinking of anything other than that. Holy projection, Batman. Like,
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too when he did that.
I'm the same kind of, I can't say what I want to say right now, but I don't generally operate under a selfish motivation of only thinking about myself. Yeah, all I could think about with that was like, projection much? Especially considering the context of the fact that they knew I was walking around taking all those pictures that night.
Right, exactly.
Why lie about something that is so easily proven false? I know why, because they thought I was going to quietly go away and none of this stuff was going to make it to the light of day.
It's actually projection, and it's very common with abusers.
Yeah. It's Darvo tactics.
It's the Darvo, right, and it's the projection in the Darvo of reversing the victim and the offender. If this is what I was doing, I'm going to project that onto you.
It's kind of fascinating. It's kind of funny because the podcast that I recorded earlier today, like part today and part yesterday, because she also had, like, they had storm issues and she had electronic issues. But it's very different. It's not a Lego content creator at all. And so a lot of what we were talking about was like things like narcissistic relationships and stuff like Darvo and all of that. So it was really interesting. I'm really excited for it. Like, it was kind of a nice change to talk about other, other stuff within the context of, and then come on and do that. And so,
I think that's what attracted me to this case, because we were following this similar pattern with the people that were at the house where Officer John O'Keefe was killed. They all used this Darvo technique to like project everything and turn it backwards. Like, this is what Karen Reed must have been doing because, that's their way of getting away with it.
Yeah.
And that's what caught my eye was not just the BAM corporate doing it, but also the police were doing it.
Yeah.
And I thought, this is a very interesting interaction here, because I've only just sort of started putting these Darvo things together and realizing how connected they are. And for some reason, it's nearly every case that I cover, there's this Darvo aspect to it. So I started out, I think, very early with the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case.
Mm.
And that was where I sort of first learned about the Darvo and how that works in a intimate relationship.
Yeah.
And I went and read up heaps more about it, and I was like, holy crap, this is happening in lots of, like, not even intimate relationships. It's just a pattern for abusers.
And it's a textbook pattern of behavior in any kind of abusive or manipulative or controlling relationship situation. Like, I recognized it almost immediately because of how I grew up. It was not when the comments first started, really, that was one of those things where I could, like, immediately recognize, oh yeah, these are Darvo tactics. And it's not even subtle.
Right.
It's not even like good tactics.
So this little thing I got on the screen here, see how I got, only timestamp I've got is a outside creation date and modify date. These are standard items that are attached when you download it onto your file. But see, all the other times are 0.
Okay.
0, 0, 0, 0. They're all zeroed out. Like, there's a whole bunch of atoms inside of this that are all zeroed out, and they're important atoms that tell you the provenance of the file, not just the timestamps, but where the file originates from.
Okay.
And yours are all exactly spot on how they're supposed to look. they've
I mean,
got the right value that matches the
surprise
date.
me.
Right.
Yeah.
There's hundreds and hundreds of these fields stored in the header of each of your either photograph or like I said, there's more in a video. And that was
There'll
this is
be,
what
like, there will be one. There's one photograph that the metadata will be wrong, and somebody pointed that out to me, and I don't know if you've come across it or not.
is
But
it the tub of stuff that you took from Comic-Con?
no. So I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but it's one of the ones that CoffeeZilla, that CoffeeZilla posted on his Patreon after all of this, when he did the whole dump of all of this stuff.
That's where I got these from
Yeah.
his
So when we did our interview with him, Ben had a whole Google file, like Google Drive folder with all of this stuff. And what he did was he copied that folder and then sent the copies to CoffeeZilla. And then he reached back out to us and was like, hey, the metadata on this is for yesterday. And then we went, oh, crap. When you copy it, it changed the metadata to when he copied it. So then we went back and just shared like our folder, our master folder with him. Somebody in a comment on Reddit or somewhere, I don't remember, maybe Facebook, maybe whatever, reached out to me and was like, just so you know, one of those pictures. So one of those pictures in there is from that, like the metadata is wrong because somehow it was the copy. And so it has like 2026 as the date. I don't remember which picture it was, but I'm also like, I want to be really clear.
I'll track it down for you. I'm looking it up right now.
Like I want to be really accurate. I can probably find, I think she sent it through Messenger. But one of those is going to be off. I don't remember which picture it was. I might actually be able to like find it in, but if you come across one of those, like
give me 2 shakes. I'm looking now. I'll be able to tell you which one it is because I copied all of the metadata into a spreadsheet. I'm just getting the spreadsheet up and doing a sort. Give me.
But like whoever sent that, it's funny because they reached out to both Ben and myself and was like, just so that you guys know, so if anybody asks. And I'm like, I want to be like fully accurate. These tubs, that's ones you were talking about.
So looking through all of these photos, 200, how many? 215.
Right? It's a lot.
They're all actually good timestamps.
Oh, okay.
So here's the thing.
Maybe
this is the thing. When you copy a file onto your system, it will record that date on your system. So I didn't list the system files except for the one copy date where I downloaded it to show what date that was.
Okay.
All the timestamps for your photos are actually multiple atoms deep inside of the file created by your camera.
Okay.
So they're two different things. So you've got
versus the metadata that it shows on the screenshot itself.
Yeah, when I create a copy of it on I downloaded it from the CopyZilla. When you create it on your system says this time I created this file.
Yeah.
But you go into the file a lot deeper than that outside of the system time, and then you get the actual camera times and everything. So if
anybody else that's looking at those photos released from CoffeeZilla, one of those, the time is wrong. But I also think like we sent him all the other ones. So there might even be like a duplicate photo on there. I don't know.
Only terrifying for the bad guys material. I don't go after people who are the good guys.
I was going to guess if there is one with a weird time, it's the copy of a copy, because there's one of them in there that's a copy of a copy.
I think that's the one that says copy of a copy. And that may well be the one because we uploaded it to like multiple drives.
I'll find the copy of the copy,
like
and I'll tell
when
you
I
what it
thought
says.
I was gonna when I thought I'd accidentally deleted everything. Yeah. That might be the one. I don't know. Somebody had pointed it out to me, and
Yeah, I'll find it. I actually noticed it, but all the dates inside
yeah.
actually match.
Yeah, I think it's right below these ones.
Copy of copy.
Yeah.
Right.
So the metadata on that one may not actually
No, it's perfect. It was created on the 14th.
Huh.
This is the derived date. So what it does is it counts the ticks and the file and then adds it all together and confirms the date. So that's what the derived date is. So the ticks in that little 2-second video actually add up to this.
Why are some of those dates?
Sorry?
I was just gonna say, why are some of those dates 2022? Because like that
down here, that's the profile of your camera.
Oh.
So your camera was built in 2022.
Oh, okay.
So that's
a little
normal.
weird that
That also tells me that no one was trying to wipe, layers deep in the metadata atoms, because we can still see it's the color profile for that camera.
Yeah.
14th, 11th, the create date, and then the original time nested. I can't even remember how. Oh, see the number in front, 3 levels deep. This is not someone. If someone wants to change things, they would just zero everything out deep. Like they won't even count how many deep. Okay. But this still exists 3 levels deep in the atoms. So when I say levels, I'm talking like that's 1 level.
Yeah.
That's 2 levels. And then that's 3 levels. Do you follow? These are nested atoms in the metadata fields. So people who don't really know what they're doing will only see that surface system time or the surface create and modify dates. These are deep inside the metadata structure. So it shows us our offset time, which is your time zone. So because all of that matches, that even matches your model manufacture date. Because all of that matches, then we can say, yep, this is legitimate. Whereas if you had one that was good, but then all the others weren't, you have a question mark over it. But all of your time fields and codes all match exactly. So
much of this, I don't know what any of this means. So it's one of those like when CoffeeZilla was doing the math, I'm just nodding my head going, yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know. It's 11 o'clock at night. I just got home from work. I'm not doing math.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people glaze over with the maths. I'm gonna
trust the experts.
I will say in this video, you're going to do math, and the comments will be, no, you're doing the math. We're watching.
Well, and we recorded that video with him before we realized that we could maximize the screen that we were recording on. So he was showing us like the spreadsheet and Brandon's pictures and stuff, but we had our screen and so it was a tiny little.
So just to put it very simply for people who don't get it, the camera itself stores a lot of information about the photo it's going to take in the header of the photo. So you've got a header and you've got your body and you've got a footer. And your header is where all this information gets stored. And in a video, it's a lot more information because it's also storing frames and that information against the frames and how long frame should be on the screen for, etc., especially with a flattened MP4. So this is actually forensic data that a forensic technician would look at to say this is an authentic copy or this is a derivative copy. And derivative basically means not the original, but re-exported through some other program or some other video editor. The two I just showed you where all the timestamps are zeroed out, that's a specific type of derivative coffee where someone's deliberately trying to cover their footprints. So they've used an app called FFmpeg and given it a command to wipe those shush dog, giving them a command to wipe those values all back to zero, set them all back to zero, basically. So it's a forensic audit of your photographs, and it passes the forensic audit, is plain English version, unless Pun wants to simplify that further.
Well, when you read this advanced thing, it should be in the voice of the narrator from Forensic Files. But yeah, the way the way that's helpful for me, and this is definitely an oversimplification, but think of it as the envelope to a letter, where the things that are written on the envelope are this metadata, and it could be stamped from multiple places. It could be.
It could even have your fingerprint and even your DNA on the stamp.
Yeah. Yeah, and it could have a lot more information on the outside, and it could go, you could have even more deep information, or you could have a bill of lading that's attached to the outside that gives you more information. So think of this as like the packaging and the information of how it got to how it got created, how it got to where it's going. And one of the things to keep in mind is, there's going to be like Windows and operating system dates, but the data that's associated with the picture is going to live in this metadata in another place.
It's like hiding on the back of the stamp where you licked it, or the fingerprint where you closed the envelope, or it's hiding on the outside of the packet, but not where you'd think to look.
Yeah, and a lot of times you'll see, like, if you have something on the outside of packaging has a serial number, there might be data encoded in that serial number, and people get familiar with that, like they know how to look for date codes and whatnot. But a lot of things also are, in real life I actually have this as an example. They're packaged with a ton of information that's different depending on, what piece you need. And so, what we're saying is, within the metadata, there's a lot of different types of information, and a lot of different information is only useful to certain people at certain times. But what we're really looking at is
some of that information is in its own little packets, which has its own little packets inside of it, which has its own little Russian nesting dolls. So just to add to what Patrick said here, I had to fix the EXIF data in a bunch of my pictures because the data on my camera was off, and I also added location to my files. And my question is, how long did it take you? Because there is 0 seconds between all of Crystal's metadata, whereas this would have taken at least, even if you just did it as a batch process through FFmpeg, still would be seconds difference.
I don't know what any of that means, so
they do. the geeks in the crowd do.
That means.
It's possible to spoof, but there are so many data elements that. Right, but most people are too lazy to spoof every single element, and that takes time. If you're going to go into the packet, which is inside another packet, which is inside another packet, that takes time to even just navigate into those packets to find those pieces, to change them, if that makes sense. Most people.
There's also the knowledge aspect. You would have to know exactly what you're going to spoof. So we looked at something here earlier that was like a super convincing piece of data, which was the date the phone was created. Somebody would have to know that information to be able to spoof all of the phone information to say, oh, this is good. So there's pieces there you can validate if you have the know-how.
Yeah, I had to look that up, what an ICC was, to be able to tell you that was to do with the phone manufacture date.
Let me ask you a super paranoid question, because you've got all this, like, my phone stuff now, like, out here. Can somebody like figure out like how to theoretically like access my phone with this?
There's nothing private in there, and it looks like whoever uploaded it removed all the GPS location data from it. So that would have been the only thing, and the best it would have come up with is location at the shop anyway, even if they didn't. But it looks like CoffeeZilla did that for you. I was looking for the GPS data because that is one of the provenance factors you would look at. but I also understand if someone was protecting you and removing your personally identifying information, that's what they would have aimed at first.
Yeah.
So I didn't find that suspicious.
I don't know what kind of information is in like within this stuff. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know to go looking. So I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what he did and didn't do.
Right. To me,
I
it
was
looks
really relieved when we were recording. I was really relieved that I was, because I hadn't gone back through them in, a year, hadn't looked at them in over a year. And I was like, oh, add the one that has Brandon in the background. That's going to come in really handy. And I was excited about that. And I was like, that's going to prove that it was like that night outside of everything else. Brandon, is that what she looks like? I've never met her. Right.
Right. Yeah. And then you've got proof that he did. And both in two different devices. You've got the Ring device recording him as well as your camera recording him. That's,
not only
that's
like,
big. This particular this particular file, I can actually export all of this into a document for your lawyers if they feel like there's going to be a moment where your transparency and honesty is going to be in question.
I'm sure
this is what they'll want if someone's going to raise that question in a court context.
Yeah.
So if you want to ask them if they want that, let me know in what format they want it in. They probably just want it in a PDF, maybe a spreadsheet in a PDF or something. But if they want it, let me know in emails, and I will get it together for you so that you've got a copy of it yourself.
It might save us from, there's a lot of I'm learning a lot of new words like forensic auditor and forensic accountant. And some of them I'm like, I know what each individual word is. I don't actually know what you do for a living. But I'm learning how much some of those people get paid.
I don't do forensic auditing for a living. I'm kind of crash coursing it because I have a degree in software engineering. So I kind of get how it works. It's just not something that we come across in everyday work kind of environment.
I'm definitely learning. I am definitely learning new things.
So a digital forensic auditor is basically looking at the bits and bytes and looking at, there's certain patterns that appear with people who are messing with the metadata like we just went through. There's certain patterns that appear in the bytes, like one of the videos that I pulled apart for the Karen Reed case actually has fingerprints where packets are stored equally 800, let's say bytes for the sake of the argument, because I don't want to confuse everyone, but let's say it's nice and even like that. One of the files from that exact same Ring camera comes out at 1600 and 0, 1600 and 0, 1600 and 0, instead of even 800, 800, 800. And then inside of those 1600 zeros, there's these odd packets, which are not 1600 zero. They're like 1580 something and then 8 bytes on the other side, or, things like that. So that tells us this file has been cropped or cut and pieced together from another part of video. You can literally see the cut marks where the video was cut. So that's what a digital forensic auditor is looking for, patterns like that. Sometimes when you use AI, they have specific patterns that they inject into the file to create the special effects or whatever that they're adding to your file. So we saw some of those fingerprints in the Karen Reed case in some of the dash cam footage. So that's the sort of thing a forensic auditor would look at. And you obviously know what a forensic accountant is. It's kind of the same thing, but looking at the numbering. And CR Tune is actually one of those. So, looking at the Phoenix activity that we were talking about earlier. So there's definitely fingerprints in the financial accounting, the FDD, I think they are called, financial accounting, that have forensic activity plastered all over them. So anyway, yeah, there was all that sort of stuff. See, there was even like the stubs weren't even right. Like the end stub at the end of each file, even those weren't right in the edited files in the Karen Reed case. So there was some major manipulation going on, like to a digital forensic degree, which only points to one person in that case. It certainly doesn't point to, anyone on the defense team. So the FDD has plenty of accounting material in there. That's correct. All right, so we're going to let Crystal go to bed because we know she's an early to bed person and she's been doing this for hours on end today.
Okay. It's okay. I just I was going to tell you, because Ben left, and if I go get food, then I have to create the dogs and I have to leave the house, and it's
okay. You go do what you got to do. We'd love to keep you longer, but we don't want to starve the dogs or you.
I just door dashed food, so I was gonna I was watching it and I was gonna be like, okay, y'all, my dinner's gonna be here because I've been left alone to feed myself, and it's been a long day and I don't want to, so I'm gonna let somebody else feed me.
That's a good idea. And if you don't do the dogs at the same time, they're just going to sit there and drool at you the whole time, aren't they? Because that's what our mutt does.
Yeah, they've all.
It's fine.
It's so funny because they've gotten really used to Ben recording, and they know that they're not allowed to make noise because then they get in trouble. So they'll put themselves in timeout in their crates. Like they'll go. But then one of them in particular is just dumber than a box of rocks. She knows who I'm talking about. So sometimes she forgets that she's put herself in the crate and forgets that it's not actually shut. And then she just kind of sits there and stares at you like, please let me out. And I'm just like, I can't. You're loose. Not the brightest. I love them. They're the best. But none of them are exactly like Rhodes Scholars here.
Good on them.
Yeah.
Lemonade, did I tell you that the YouTube, when YouTube's watching court hearings, like pre-trial court hearings, YouTube actually spells, when it's a motion in limine, YouTube actually spells limine as lemonade. So I just thought I'd share that joke with everyone so that when they hear me say motions in lemonade, I'm not mispronouncing it because I don't know what it means. I'm doing it on purpose. So
Oh, wow.
Ben's been gone a while. He had an appointment, so
he went to an author event, like a book reading, for an author that we know. I don't know where, because we're in Portland, so it's really great. There's a lot of local authors. But he went to, I believe, Fond du Lis. I don't know if it was a new book launch or something. I don't know. I wasn't invited. That's
all right, because he wasn't invited to the cafe the other day either. So
yeah, and that was I was meeting the podcaster that I recorded with today. And it just happened like she's from a different state and happened to be in town like right before we were recording. So we got together for coffee, which was fun. It was less fun when I was driving home and I went to stop and get gas and I got rear-ended at a stoplight and then drove away. So that was less fun. It's been a long week.
Do you have dash cam?
I don't. I need to stop and pick up. I need to stop and pick up. And the cops were like, "You can file a complaint online. We're not gonna come out." And I was like, "This is cool." So I'm dealing with my body's a little sore. I'm really lucky though. My car is there's a teeny tiny little dent, but it's not much at all. But it hit I was expecting a crumpled bumper. So shout out to Nissan for the sturdiness of the bumper. It absorbed.
Nice.
So yeah, it was not.
I got completely bloody walloped by a bunch of trees last cyclone. It came just before the cyclone came through and the wind was picking up.
Yeah.
tree right over in the forest in the paddock, far away from where my car was. I thought I'm going to move it out from under the fig tree because big branches come off that big tree when there's no wind. So I moved it right over next to this paddock. And what happened was a tree went in the middle of the paddock and it dominoed, hit the next tree, hit the next tree, hit the next tree. And I ended up with like 4 trees on top of my car.
Oh no. See,
So
and mine was my, I don't want to be like it was my own fault because somebody hit me, but like it was the second gas station that I drove by. I was going to go to a different gas station, but I live in Oregon. I have not had to pump my own gas since I was in high school. We have laws around that. I don't like to pump my gas. I don't like the smell. It makes me feel physically ill. I have ADHD. I have a texture thing. I don't like the feel of it. So the first, like when COVID hit, Oregon like kind of changed their regulations around pumping your own gas. And now it's basically like you can offer both. You can either pump your own gas or there'll be attendants. And I was going to stop, but I've been spoiled. I don't even like to get gas in Washington because I don't want, or California, because I don't want to get out and pump my own gas. Like I can fully acknowledge I have been spoiled. Oregon has no sales tax and I don't have to pump my own gas or touch that nozzle. And I am not ashamed of that. But I drove by the first gas station and it was self-serve. And I was like, nope, I don't want to stop there. So I put the next gas station in my GPS and then got hit getting ready, like stopped.
Oh no. Well, there's a bit of karma. We're actually the opposite in Australia. You have to hunt down a bloody gas station that has service. Otherwise, everything is self-serve here. Stick your card in. And
there have been times where there has been more than one time where I was like in Washington, because Vancouver and Portland, Washington are like, there's a bridge apart. It's hard to pay if you're not paying attention where the border is. There have been times when I pulled into a gas station and just kind of like sat there and waited and got like progressively more annoyed because there's no attendant coming out. And then like realizing, oh yeah, I'm in Washington. They don't do that here. And usually I'll just like start my car and keep driving. Because at that point I'm not getting out and letting everybody realize what I've done. I don't like to pump my own gas. I don't like it. I've been fully spoiled. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the touch of it. I don't like the taste of it. Because when you pump it, you can taste it in your mouth.
Yeah, it is horrible. I actually hate to fill the can and put it in the car for the generator.
Yeah, I just don't. And I grew up out in the country, like I grew up having to like, lawnmower and like all that. No, I'm a grown up. I don't have to do that anymore. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I even worked at a gas station and briefly pumped gas in high school. And I'm like, I don't, but the other day it did backfire on me because then I did.
While we're on the topic, can we all throw hearts in the chat for my son who pulled that generator like 50 times this morning? Before, it was probably more than 50 times. He must have done like 10 strokes and then stopped and had a rest like at least 5 times before the damn thing started up. But appreciation in the chat for for my son Causa for pulling that Jenny started today so that we could do this live stream and collecting the can of fuel, because I didn't want to do the same thing as Chrys and taste the smell of taste and smell the fuel.
I feel like this week might be a bit of like, I might be a bit of Murphy's Law, because like you're having issues, the other podcaster was having, like they lost power, so we had to cut it short, and then the car accident, and then it's just kind of
fun.
It's been an odd week.
I actually have not had a guest live stream except for Pun in probably the whole of 2026 where there hasn't been power out. Every time I book a live stream, it's a freaking power out, and it's driving me nuts. It's like they know. There was one day I had just connected with my guest and bing, power went out. I was like, get out of here.
I've done lives on YouTube, on TikTok, because that's fairly easy. But Ben has been playing around on his YouTube, and I just recently like set up I think it's Streamlabs. I don't know, whatever. We're going to see if I can figure it out. I don't know. At some point I might be brave enough to try it. I don't
Look,
know yet.
Streamlabs is the baby. It's the easiest one to learn. You got a
That's
really easy.
That's
Yeah.
what I've been told.
You'll enjoy the Streamlabs.
I'm like, I'm self-aware enough to know that it's not something I'm going to invest a significant amount of time, because as soon as this is all like, as soon as this is resolved, this whole thing, like I'm going to disappear back into obscurity. Like I'm going to be the Simpsons meme of Homer, like back in the shrub.
To the bushes. Yeah.
That's going to be me once this is like all the legal and everything is like, is finally settled. It's just going to be like, I'm just going to be like, it's going to like fade to black and you're just going to be like, wait, where'd she go? So it's not something that I'm going to invest a ton of time in trying to figure out, but people have been asking. And so I'm like, I don't know. I don't think people want to actually sit there and listen to me ramble.
Well, you'll be surprised, and you'd also be surprised when you hit a wave, how much extra income it brings in just because you have hit a wave. But I wouldn't rely on it because they come in waves.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't want to listen to myself talk. And so it's really kind of a surprise that there are people that exist out there that are actually like tuning in to hear me talk. And so I always like have the impulse to be like, I'm so sorry, guys. I can't help it. I'm not, half the time I'm not sure what's gonna.
I've actually experienced the same thing because I'm the only one in my entire family and friends and everybody who does tech. I'm actually banned from talking about tech. You are not allowed to talk about it. We have a barbecue. There's this one other girl. She gets into the tech a little bit because she does photography. We're banned. We're like, people stand in between us and go, separate. You got to have other conversations.
I usually have Ben here giving like the little, like, I joke that I'm like, because I have ADHD. And so like my brain doesn't stay on any kind of track. It's like the kids' toys that you find at doctor's offices that have the little wooden beads that go everywhere. Like that's how my brain operates.
Well, we did very well to keep you on track tonight, didn't we?
I usually joke that I need Ben, like I need somebody like they have in the theater with the little like the little shepherd's crook that like drags you off stage when your comedic act is over. Like
the little kitty brace to pull you back on track.
So it's usually Ben that's giving me, like, you guys can't see on the camera, but it's usually Ben like poking me in the knee, being like, okay, stop now. But he left. So I'm a little afraid to do the whole live thing like by myself, because
you do get used to it though. Talking to yourself is probably the hardest thing to get used to when you're just on the stream by yourself. Yeah. But then when you've actually got people in the chat, you're kind of conversing with them more than by yourself.
But how do you keep a train of thought?
I don't turn the camera on. That's why I don't have the camera on. If you want me to talk and think in a straight line and linearly, and like in order that people can understand, turn the camera off.
Like you can see my eyes shift because I'm like, I forget that I'm supposed to look at the camera and I'm looking at myself instead. And so like constantly all the time, and Ben's like, look at the camera, and I'm like, I can't, it's a bright shiny light and it hurts my eyes. And then I forget that I'm supposed to be like looking straight ahead. But no, mine is always, the first, when we did the live with Making Law Simple, I kept trying, we were building, which was a lot of fun in theory, but I kept trying to read the comments and it turns out you can't talk, listen, read, and build Lego all at the same time. And so my poor little Wicket has 3 toes. That's it. Yep. Because I haven't had a break from work. So I'm like, I need to go back on their show so that I can finish building.
That was the Lore and Libations.
Yeah.
Channel.
Yeah.
They're actually part of our staple Lore Tube.
Yeah. It was really fun. And it was during that weird time period where we weren't under the restraining order. well, like we were named all over it, but we weren't actually named defendants. And so at the time, that was kind of fun of going. Our lawyer was like, well, just to be safe, like maybe don't talk. And so it was kind of fun to talk about stuff that was like outside of the case itself and just chat. So it was
That's Valhalla Awaits and
that one.
MLS.
No, I'm thinking of a different one. I'm wrong. Sorry. That was the
Was it, or am I wrong? Wasn't it about MLS making law simple?
Yeah, that was that one. No, that one we were fine. It was when I did the Psychwalker Studios. That was the one where we didn't talk about the lawsuit stuff. I have my timeline wrong. It's weird. Life is weird right now.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm not very good with timelines either. If it's not written in an actual timeline, I'm very bad at them. So, they're MLS and that crew, the law people in that crew, they all covered the Johnny Depp trial and became what we essentially know today as LawTube. And the Pope of LawTube is Nick Recader. And then when we moved into the Karen Reed case, a lot of them branched off into the Karen Reed case. Nick came into it a little bit later, but so they were actually my best view videos on the channel, was the mashups of all the LawTubers talking about the case, and because there was just so much. The Commonwealth had so much wrong and screwed up, and things didn't match, and the judge was doing shit, and it was just so much going on with that case. So it was fun to have all the LawTubers pull together, but that's how we know MLS and Valhalla Law and all the people that they hang around with. So
no, I mean it was a lot of fun. It's one of the more interesting. One of the more each kind of thing that we do is like a little bit different, which is kind of fun. It's been weird how it's gone through so many different types of channels, which is really interesting. So I was put Rose's comment
interrogating you less. Are you being interrogated less now?
I think it takes a while for like corrections to make their rounds. And then outside of like new people coming to it from, whatever source their first source, wherever they're coming to it from. And now there's so many people that have had those inaccuracies corrected, they're able to then comment, and there's not so much like I don't have to go in and yell like all caps that I'm not Amanda, which I had to do for a month.
Took a while for people to catch up.
So as the video previously, she was like, is there anything like any information out there that you want to like set the record straight or correct on? And I'm like, right now I don't think so. I think
everyone's caught up finally.
Yeah, everyone's caught up. I don't really think there's anything right now. Now, who knows if that's going to change, because it is, it feels like there's something new coming out every day. But
they've also got their own little team of haters out there spreading rumors that we've got to knock and SWAT every now and again, which I don't mind doing. Yeah. And I hope that the last couple of streams that I have done have contributed to that, because people were asking questions about the provenance of your photos and your transparency, and why didn't you have the POS system printed out and all that sort of stuff. And so we've been able to iron some of those things out, which I'll do more of.
So many of those questions can be answered by like they came in with no notice and kicked me out with no notice whatsoever.
It can just a lot of that could be answered just by reading the contract, because in the contract, as you say, it says you don't have control of the POS and you don't have control of your own bank accounts.
Yeah.
All those questions would have been answered right there with just that part of your contract. If people bothered reading, which they don't. They need a talking bobblehead on the screen to tell them rather than reading. So, but we're happy to do that because, as I said, Pun had probably more questions about the whole thing than I did. I don't even I just dove into the data because it's what I do. It's not, and it was a question everyone was asking.
Yeah.
It really isn't because I was suspicious of anything, and I don't think Pun was, but he was trying to sit in the middle and go, well, I probably should let him speak for himself where he was prior, but I think he's ironed out a lot of questions now.
And
you did answer. I had a bunch of questions that got answered like the first 5 minutes when we looked at the data, like why are the images out of order? And we knew like immediately, oh, it's two separate phones. Okay, well, that's why they look out of order.
Yeah.
And a bunch of things on like, I thought that the party room had steps leading up. Eventually we figured that out. We figured out a bunch of things on like what was in a tote and what was in the safe. That was a big question I had. It was hard to tell. So yeah, I had a million questions, but mostly just because like, I don't know, I just got curious, like the parking lot thing. Like, I'm not obsessed with parking lots. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's really, you know, and I've said this before. I don't ever have a problem with like good faith criticism or questions. I why would I? Like, it's pretty, like, when you're transparent and
you've got nothing to hide, you have no problems answering the questions.
Like, I have no problem. But this is the second time today I've mentioned this. It's very important to me that I you know, articulate and specify good faith criticism and questions. It has to be in those situations. It has to be done in good faith. If you're not, I no longer have the urge to debate and justify with myself with people that are never going to change their mind. And that's even outside of this. That's in other things. I have used the phrase like, is anything I'm going to say going to make you change your opinion? If the answer to that is no, and we are disagreeing on something like a fundamental human right, then I don't need to expend my energy to that. There are people in the comments, and there are a few people in particular that it seems like they're looking for the thing that they can criticize. And it's fine, but that's on you. Like, that's not a reflection of me. That's a reflection of you.
That's right.
And so
you'll know none of my audience is doing that because my mods would have kicked them out as soon as they started. we look after our guests over here.
I don't begrudge anybody that's doing that. I don't want anybody directing any hate towards them. Like that's on you.
As long as it's a good faith question, as you say, it needs to be good faith.
Yeah, but there are some people that it's become increasingly clear to me that they want to find fault. And that's not a reflection of me. That's a reflection of them. And so, like, if you're coming at me with good faith questions, Les does it. Some people in Les's chat, like, they've done it. Toy Bounty, like, a bunch of them have done it, and I'm going to answer it to the best of my ability. If you're doing it,
they were also polite about the way they were asking. It was in good faith. Like, I don't think he would have let anyone come at you sideways.
Yeah, it really, it has to be good faith. But if every answer that I'm giving, you're then finding something to criticize in every answer, that starts veering away from good faith. And that's when I'm going to stop engaging. Because you know how it is. You can't engage with all the content. And I'm going to save my energy and my, emotional bandwidth and mental bandwidth to engage with people that are actually, like, acting.
Can you just quickly explain to me what CR is saying here? Having debit authority is a major red flag. What's he talking about?
I believe they're talking about the, like, BAM's authority to, like, automatically debit out of your bank account, because that's what they could do. They could come out. They could come and automatically pull their royalty payments out. They would send.
That's why they don't let you have your own bank account.
That's so I'll clarify. Like, I assumed the bank account. Corporate had the bank account that I was accessing and using as the store manager. When we purchased the location, because there was some blurring of, like, when I was acting as owner and when the paperwork was actually, like, signed, and the small amount that was in that bank account, and the fact that they had me pay like state taxes for the year that I was managing,
Yeah.
despite it being in violation of the
Gotcha.
franchise agreement. I was still willing to do that because when you act in good faith,
Yeah, we'll break the rules
They-
when we wanna.
they transferred the bank account to me. They were supposed to transfer the full control of the bank account to me. What ended up happening is the bank account did an internal audit right in the middle of that store sale, and sent me a letter and sent them a letter saying, hey, we need you to come into the bank and verify who actually owns this account before this date. And so I reached out and I was like, I got this letter. I need you to do that. They just never did it. And so that's when you're talking about control of the bank account in our lawsuit, that caused the bank to freeze our account, which then caused rent checks and toy house checks and utility checks and payroll
That caused the defaults.
to bounce.
So
And
they could now do the emergency default intervention.
So every one of those checks, those payments that bounced back,
So they did the take
would then add a penalty fee, which then
they did the emergency default first and then caused all the defaults and then retroactively went, this is why we did it.
Like that happened right after we purchased the store. That happened within the first few months of us purchasing the store. And then it was, okay, we're going to set up a payment plan to make those payments to catch up. Because when you're every time you're overdraft, you're losing more money because you're paying extra fees.
Interest
and so you're paying those bounce check fees, you're paying those penalty fees, you're paying the $1,000 late rent fee, right? So you're adding additional. So then corporate was like, it's okay, like it was our fault, we'll let you do a payment plan. And so when they're talking about the debit, like outside of control of the bank account, what corporate could do is directly debit your bank account for those royalty payments. And that took place when the information, the lawsuit came out about the California stores. One of the first things that they did was notified their bank. We no longer give authorization for them to debit our account. And then went back and told corporate, like, we're going to pay you by check. That's one of those control things that corporate has. If you don't make your royalty payments in time, we can just come and take it right out of your bank account. So engineered default is a term that my attorney has used.
Nice.
So yeah.
Weaponized engineered default.
It's something that like Relic has talked about. Last Relic has talked about being familiar with as well.
That's right. I've found his input extremely valuable as to putting the pieces together, because the BAM website is so complex and so much to read. So hearing personal accounts like his has actually helped me to wrap my head around the pattern and how they're doing it. Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the BAM map's awesome for people who want to dig into every single detail, how they've done that. So
I was just going to say, like, I was going to say, like, I appreciate the BAM map because sometimes the timing is almost perfect, because they'll be like, Relic can talk about stuff that I can't yet. Like, I can't really talk about. Like, he can say things and other people can say things that I can't in the context.
Because he's the other side of it all, he's free to talk about it now.
Right. And there are some things that I can't really talk about. And, you know, his freedom of his opinion of Josh and Brandon is one of those where I'm like, dude, I'm a little bit jealous that you can just like say what you think about them. But it was funny. I appreciate the BAM map because I was being asked questions about the buy process of like the percentages and about how the buy calculator works and all of that in the last couple of days. And then the BAM map updates with the actual buy calculator being released. And I was like, this is great. It's now in the public and I can talk about it. Because some of those things that corporate is still trying to cling to, you know, the proprietary information stuff. None of that is really relevant if it's a matter of public record. if you are, that's like,
and the dumb thing is that they made it public. They can't even go, oh, trade secret, because they made it public.
I'm just gonna point out the fact that these are the people that claimed I was a bad business person, and that claimed they were concerned that I was not going to represent the brand correctly. And I find it a little bit ironic.
Yes, the irony.
Yeah.
I agree with you there completely.
Yeah.
So I was looking into that myself. I don't know if it's true, and it is opinion, so just so everyone knows, but I was looking into, can you claim a trade secret on something that you made public? And the answer is generally no. So that's just a general thing. That's nothing to do with them specifically, or any particular thing they've complained about specifically. I just wanted to know because of curiosity.
Yeah. Sometimes in my brain, I like to imagine, and I'm just like, this is me. This is not. It's for legal purposes. I'm joking, but sometimes I really kind of like to, like, I don't know who is behind BAM Map. Like, I don't know the real people, right? But I'm just saying, like, sometimes I like to imagine that it's Matt back there just being like, I gotta get rid of this asshole, and so I'm gonna just give them all this stuff. I know it's sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, they've got a good cheerleader because Rosie is fully plugging them on every stream that she can. So they've got a great cheerleader.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's behind it either.
Like, sometimes I like to imagine that it's Matt McNeff just being like Deep Throat, his own brother, right? Oh, that came out outside of the historical context of who Deep Throat was. That came out unintentionally. That is not how I meant that.
I thought you said dethrone, and then I had a double take. I was, oh no.
I was talking, Ben and I were talking about that. And I don't remember the context yet, but I said something about like Deep Throat, and my kid was like, Mom, you can't say that. And I was like, we need to have a history lesson right now. You need to know. So yeah. So sometimes
Rosie said the people behind BAM, the BAM Map, I heard it was 3 raccoons in a trench coat.
I like to imagine it's Matt McNeff in a trench coat, just like that's for my own, own whimsy. I really hope, or it's Kai McAllister. It's somebody in the office that's just like, I'm down.
It's only 2 raccoons for now. The third is behind Chrys.
I was going to ask, is that one of the raccoons in the trench coat?
Right. I'm like, I like to imagine that it's somebody. Or
look behind you, Chrys. What is that?
I know.
Is that a show? Is that a show, like something you wanted to show or something, or just one that you bought?
Oh, the raccoon?
Yeah, it's very cute.
It is very cute. That the placement was, I got 3 of them. In my defense, they're not all raccoons. So there's a raccoon.
So you literally have 3 raccoons that you could put in a trench coat.
They're not all raccoons. They're not all raccoons. One of them, we're gonna see if I can. Oh, I'm gonna hit Ben's mic. We're gonna see if you can see. So one of them is a capybara.
Oh, how cute is that? Oh, they're much cuter than raccoons.
One of them is a raccoon. And the third one is in the back of my car because he keeps me company when I'm driving, and he's a red panda. And Costco had them. And I was having a bad week. And I went to Costco. And that's always a mistake when you send a neurodivergent person into Costco. And so that's, yeah. So the placement was unintentional. The placement was accidental. So yeah. Not 3 raccoons. I have a raccoon, a capybara, and a red panda. Let's be accurate here.
Did you transport them next to the 16 gallons of mustard?
No, but I did buy this stuff. It's a drink called Poppy, which is like, it's a flavored, like, I thought like a flavored water, and I thought it would be like fun, like taste yummy, it burns my tongue because apparently it has apple cider vinegar in it, but they hide that information in very small lettering on the can.
It's very good for your digestive system, but even though it tastes like crap.
There are some things that it's not worth it. It's not. My grandma used to tell me, like, every time I would visit my grandma, she'd try to like feed me prunes. And I'm just like, there are some things it's not worth it.
Everyone thinks you need a trench coat for these 3 stuffed animals now, so you can actually do a thing with it.
It's so big though. Like I don't know. Like they are so, and they're heavy. Like they're really heavy too. I tried to carry all 3 of them in from my car at one time. I could not do that. No, that one was in my kids' room. I'm benevolent, so I gave one of them to my daughter. But then she has cats, and so she was like, I don't want the cats to get to it. So now he's just chilling out there. So
nice. All right, guys. Well, we're going to let Crystal go to bed now. And we have been at it. Where's my timer? We've been at it 4 hours. Holy crapola.
Oh, has it really?
It's 4 hours, just 1 minute short now. Well, seconds
This is
short.
becoming a thing now, because I have no perception of time. Not only do I have no like depth perception or perception of like space, but also no perception of time whatsoever. I need like an hourglass. I have no idea. I can't see the clock.
Ever since I moved into the bush and started working from home, I got rid of all the clocks in the house, and I don't care about time now. It's just whatever. Because I don't have time perception. It actually didn't bother me. If you've got to get up and go to work and like keep a routine, obviously you need the clocks. But this was the kids had left home. My daughter got married and had babies, and I was free. And I was like, you know what? I can just work from home and not follow a clock anymore. Yay!
I'm like, I have no idea. But I also feel like at this point I've been talking for like 8 hours straight, which is weird for me. And then tomorrow I get to go back to work and interact with people again.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you coming on and answering the questions. And I will, as soon as I've got a little 3D diagram ready, like it'll be a little walk through the shop, and then we'll work out how to get the Lego numbers to sort of pop up as we walk through the shop and whatever. We'll work something out with it. Not sure how we're going to do it yet, but I got Claude working on it in the background.
Well, if you have questions about, like, I know there's some video, and some of the video from that night helps like a larger frame for the store itself. Or if you have any further questions about where everything is supposed to go, you could
look, send me whatever you want to. If you want us to talk about it and go into it in more depth, I'm sure.
I mean, you can send me, like, if you have any questions about like where something is.
We'll definitely do that. I do absolutely want a copy of yours and Brian's Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah,
because that's the next bit of data I want to jump into to see what they left off their spreadsheet. Because I don't feel CoffeeZilla did a very good job unless he had your spreadsheet.
I mean, he did. We sent him that.
So he merge the two together?
I think so. If you go on his Patreon, there's one where I'm pretty sure my spreadsheet and Brian's spreadsheet are the exact same. I'm not certain, but I don't know that I updated anything between sending it to him. I'm genuinely not sure. I haven't really looked, but I know on CoffeeZilla's he went through and kind of lined up between what corporate provided and my spreadsheet, and then what he could see in the pictures himself.
Right, because he did ask, do you have this one in the store? And he went, no. And then do you have that one? He went, maybe. So,
But I mean, for me, our lawyer has all the images, and like I can understand the interest for people online. And and that, but like I haven't really gone through and done anything with it, because for the context of our lawsuit, it's inventory within the larger context of the store itself. So that's going to have to be somebody going through all those pictures and doing an evaluation and a testing to it, if we ever actually get to that point. So, or when we get to that point, yeah. But I can send you that sheet, because his does leave off some stuff. So, yeah.
So the last question before you do send it, where's the 300 minifigs that you gave back to Brian? Where are they inventoried? On his spreadsheet, or have they been removed from his spreadsheet?
They weren't added. So on the spreadsheet, if there's a high-low value, so there are some items that are on the spreadsheet, but there's no high-low value assigned. And that's because part of it is like the inventory list that Brian's dad gave me. I could go and create this item and know that there's going to be 20 of them because his inventory thing says there's 20 of them. But if there's so my process of it was like, you check the figure, make sure the figure number is correct and all the parts are correct. Then you do the high-low value, and then you put the tag on it.
So that was part of the inventory process.
So if there's a high-low value on the inventory sheet, if those values are filled out, the high-low is filled out, that item was inventoried and tagged. If that's not filled out, that item was never inventoried or tagged. So it was either an item that remained in Brian's storage unit and we never had. It was the figures that were then given back to him. It was, in some cases, it was a set that his dad said was in the inventory but wasn't actually there. There were a couple of those. Or it was, sometimes there'll be a notation on it, or it was like a cracked figure, or it was a custom figure or something like that. So the indication when you look at that spreadsheet of was it part of the inventory was, did it have a high-low value to it? But then the sets that I returned to Brian, those ones were in the inventory, because those were ones that we had taken to conventions. So those ones, you can see in that in the set numbers. The figures themselves, I had never gotten around to actually inventorying.
So they never appeared on the spreadsheet, but we know that it's around 300, and you gave them back to him. So
yeah, I have the list. I have a list of we both have a list of the actual figures, like the figure number themselves.
Oh, that was in that 300.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'll have that list too, if that's all right. Because that helps us fill in. Yeah. That helps us fill in the gap of. See, I don't believe CoffeeZilla's audit on the numbers, his financial audit. I believe he was actually way below. Yeah. And I know a lot of people have said to you, what do you think? And you're like, well, it was between this figure and this figure. I believe, just given the figures that you had based on, what you were going to put them on the shelves with, your low and high figures. Yeah. I believe CoffeeZilla's is out by at least 20 grand. And also I think that little packet of 300, whatever it was, of 300 minifigures.
Because he was subtracting those from that total. And that was one of those points of people will ask, why didn't you correct him? It all came so fast at that point.
He thought they were on that list.
Yeah. And all the coming out so quickly, and it was me
I'm estimating about another 20, probably another 20 grand on just that little packet of minifigs that you're talking about, the 300. Does that sound about right? If you were so that's 40 grand below. There was 20 grand mistake I found in his numbers, but not because he was wrong. It was just the way he was computing it.
And the numbers himself, when he was talking about the value of the collection, and it's not he did a fantastic job in the context of what it was doing, and I understand
he did
with time and resources and all of that. Like I fully get that. But yeah, he wasn't including the minifigures in that overall value. He was looking at the spreadsheet for the sets themselves. So yeah, but it wasn't like at the time there was so much information coming all at once. And I was trying to take so much stuff in that just like stopping and correcting just like that never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not dissing his work at all. He did a very good job for one video. I'm not really doing a whole series on this, like a one video breakdown. He did a very good job. So I'm not complaining about it. I would just like to revisit the numbers to fill in some of those gaps and just tidy it up a bit, because I do believe we are actually closer to 200,000 than his figure, if that makes sense. Just
well, and even when it was definitely there, like I still stand by that evaluation, because there were figures that ended up being custom or ended up being damaged. There were sets that weren't in there that just weren't part of the inventory. His dad had, gifted or misidentified. That, that 200,000, that was the very first, just seeing the volume of it and seeing that list of the sets. There was a lot of work that went into going through that inventory. So yeah. But I mean, also at the end of the day, like the fact that any inventory at all.
It looks like selling on the internet's like going to be the better option for a lot of people, because we were talking about location in one of my shows. If you tried to sell one of these cloud cities in Australia, you probably can collect a lot more than 20K, because they're very rare. They're even more rare in Australia than they are in America or Europe. So
well, and Bricklink, that's why we use Bricklink to evaluate everything, because you can break it down by how many are for sale in each country. And so we used Bricklink to price everything that we were doing in the store, to price, how we were buying and what we were selling stuff at. Because it was the purest and most consistent source for stuff like pricing. So
Taro is also correct. Taro, sorry, is also correct, because it's just like any collectible, whether it's antique furniture or antique cars or whatever, it is only worth what the next person's willing to pay for it.
And part of that is why we had that high-low value. If we had to drop the price, if we were having a sale, if we were offering, a discount, part of that was that high-low value, because markets fluctuate, particularly when you're looking at something like collectibles. Values fluctuate every time a new set comes out. It's going to change.
We now have confirmation it was 300 minifigs loose. Okay, let's get the numbers right, because that's what we got Crystal on here for.
Didn't mention the over 1,000 minifigs.
This is the rumor that we were trying to clear up by asking you that question. So we know that the loose minifigs everyone's talking about, there was 300 of them approximately. That's the ones that we're trying to make sure everybody's got the number right. It wasn't 1,000.
327 minifigs.
There you go. Exactamundo. 327.
The exact number. 327 minifigs were returned to Brian. Yeah.
All right. And I'm gonna make
in my little
I'm gonna make a short video for that too, just to make sure that it's shareable and people can get the word out there, and people can stop saying it was 1,000.
Like the freezer bags full, like the language, and sometimes that's why it's important to be like accurate and clear and pay attention to the language that you're using. Like there's no shade at Sheldon for how he phrased that. But there has definitely been some having to clarify of like the 327 minifigures returned to Brian were in the original bags that Brian's dad had put them in. And then those individual bags were then put into like Ziploc freezer bags, separated out by era essentially by episode, right?
Yep.
Or by like, here's all of these troopers, here's all the, you know, the Hans, here's all, right? So that, because they were duplicates. So then if I was running low, it'd be really easy to pick one out and price it and put it like on the, in the case.
Right, especially if you've already got the first one priced, just stick a tag on it.
Yeah. And then that, those then were put into like a plastic storage tub with a lid. And that's how they were being transported. But then the other, like the other bag of minifigs, like that's the plastic baggies of individual minifigure parts that were never inventoried. And that was things like the weapons and extra weapons and pauldrons and, you know, bags and bags and bags of guns and blasters and stuff like that. I've talked about this before, that were going to be purchased under like a premium, a higher bulk rate, once we've gone through and made sure that we didn't need any more of those parts, then the store was just going to purchase them. But yeah, it was like the wording of that.
You mentioned that, so I already kind of had the idea of what was going on with it, but we didn't. I don't remember you actually saying an exact figure before, so I'm very glad we got that part sorted out. And I would very much like
a lot of confusion. Yeah,
I would very much like the spreadsheet as well, so I can double check all the figures and work out, because we now have, you know, forensic accountants out there who want to help.
Yeah,
we can start crunching these numbers like properly as well. So that would be awesome. All right, everyone, that's it. We're going to let this poor girl go eat.
I'm watching the map to see when they're going to get here. So.
Radio. And thank you very much for joining us, Pun. I appreciate your backup assistance here in case I got thrown to the wolves at some stage. But thankfully, my Jenny's still kicking over, and it's probably needs a bit of fuel top up. My son's gone to sleep again, so I need to go do that before I run out. Anyway, everybody, thank you for joining us. Thank you again, Chrys. Thank you again, Pun.
Thank you.
I hope you all have a lovely evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. It's only like 2 p.m. here, so enjoy your food. And Chrys, let's catch up on emails and see what we can bang our heads together with. Anything I can help your lawyers with that they need, you know, in the way of data, just say so and I'll send you what I can.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. My pleasure. Yeah. Bye, everybody. Be good.